It's 5 o'clock. No.
Yeah, we can go ahead and begin.
Okay. I assume that more members of the commission will be joining us as the work meeting goes on.
Yes.
But I will start by reading the statement on open and public meetings. And it says, in accordance with Utah's Open and Public Meetings Act, the chair has determined that conducting meetings of the Provo City Planning Commission with an anchor location, such as the council chambers, presents a substantial risk to the health and safety of those who may be present there. These are the facts upon which this determination has been made. The World Health Organization has classified novel coronavirus disease, aka COVID-19, as a pandemic. The U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention state that COVID-19 is easily spread from person to person between people who are in close contact with one another. State Public Health Order 2021-5 addresses the ongoing COVID-19 public health emergency and establishes minimum standards to address the unique circumstances in different locations. Utah County is currently listed as having a moderate level of coronavirus transmission as determined by the state's transmission index metrics. Physical distancing measures will be difficult to set up and maintain in the council chambers and other meeting rooms. Therefore, for the next 30 days, all meetings of the Provo City Planning Commission will be conducted entirely via electronic means. Meetings are broadcast live and available later on demand at youtube.com/user/Provo Channel 17 and at facebook.com/Provo Channel 17. Agendas and support materials are available at provo.org/planning commission. To make a public comment or join a meeting by telephone, follow the instructions provided on public notices of each meeting. To send comments to the Provo City Planning Commission members or weigh in on current issues, email them to dspublichearings@provo.org. That was signed by Dave Anderson, Planning Committee Chair, on the 8th of April, 2021. And we have two items on our agenda tonight. First, we'll be talking about airport zones, and then we'll be talking about pocket neighborhood plans. The staff has asked us to finish up as soon after 5:45 as possible, so I think we should allocate 20 minutes to each of these with a little bit of flex time for questions if necessary. And with that introduction, Javin, would you like to go ahead?
Happy to. Thanks, Laurie. All right, so in 2018, at the end of the year, Council adopted the Southwest Future Land Use Map, which identifies areas surrounding the Provo City Airport as industrial compatible zone, the uses around it. This is a land use zone that we have not had adopted yet, and so I got looking into airports and airport industrial zones surrounding it, and did a lot of research to see what other cities and municipalities have done with this, and seeing if Provo should be doing something like that. The general plan encourages economic development surrounding the airport. It also encourages utilizing the airport, facilitating, being sensitive to the environment around it, and prioritizing this area for economic development, and maximizing this area for business and recreational traffic. With the Provo City Airport currently under construction right now, we are building a large, wonderful terminal right now. And I should say that this item, I took this to the airport board last month, and it was positive feedback on what I heard back to move forward with this. Like I said, a lot of the research I found was that airport zones and airport industrial zones are very common practice to have within land use codes. We don't have one right now, and what we will be doing is switching the airport potentially from the PF zone to the new airport zone, and the surrounding areas that are the purple blobs on the future land use map, they could be rezoned to the airport industrial compatible zone. A lot of the research I found saw that there needs to be a symbiotic relationship between the land uses and the airport. It should not just be solely a light industrial type zone, or it should be certain uses that will encourage airport use for transporting things, for business activities, and other things like that. I did work strongly with the Economic Development Corporation of Utah, ChemC Garden Policy Institute, and UDOT's Aeronautics Division in drafting the zone and looking at land uses, what would be compatible within Provo City for this area. Now, the zoning code, we've typically done it differently. We typically have had it in different chapters per type of a land use code. This would be a new format of what we've been doing. It would be one chapter within our zoning code, but within the chapter, we would have two zones within it. You've had this in other cities. They may have like residential, and then they have like multiple types of residential zones all within that chapter. This is the same type of a scenario. So I'm going to go through just a couple parts of this, of the text. Purpose and objectives, an overall statement, and then I broke it down for the airport, which would classify with an A, and then the airport industrial compatible zone, which would be classified as AIC if we're looking at the zoning map at a later time. Permitted uses, so a lot of these permitted uses came from the PF zone, some of them relating to aircraft maintenance, aircraft activities, etc. And then other uses that would be compatible within the airport zone. A lot of things that go on within the airport property itself are regulated by Title 13. A significant amount of things are regulated with that title. And so another thing with having a airport zones chapter within our zoning code, it could also really help to redirect people to use this chapter and use Title 13 for so they're informed of all the things that they need to do around the airport. Other uses surrounding within the AIC zone could be obviously airport-related activities, hotels, motels, eating establishments, professional offices, vehicle parking off-site, warehousing, vocational or training schools, things that you would find surrounding an airport, but could also help enhance and utilize the airport. Another thing that is important to realize is that there should be uses that are prohibited within the AIC zone, and those would be uses that would interfere with the airport itself. Within the zoning map, within the future land use map, it does talk about having an airport protection boundary, and that would also restrict how tall buildings go, etc. Again, I worked closely with Steve Gleason on this, and he and I are both here to answer any questions if you may have. I was just primarily seeking feedback on this, on how Planning Commission feels about looking into adopting some new zones for this area of the city.
Okay, Planning Commission members, any questions or comments?
Didn't notice on there, but BYU has bought a substantial amount of property across from the new terminal.
Mm-hmm.
Is their use going to fit into what you have there?
No, it's not.
So what's that going to do?
That it becomes a non-conformity.
So we're trying to do
so
our best.
They still are allowed to do.
So what they're doing right now conforms to the underlying zoning right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. But just like anything else, if we come in and rezone something, that becomes a legal non-conformity.
So grandfather.
So with all the activity happening on the airport, we want to have
basically it can be there, but similar things cannot. That's correct.
We want to have a zone available for people as they come in to, this is the zone that we're recommending based off the general plan that we want in this area for specific reasons.
We talked about smoke. There's times that down there we're allowed to burn, which creates smoke. Is that going to influence that? We're going to have to stop burning for agricultural reasons. I mean, it's usually only for an hour at a time, right? 8 hours at a time, 3 days a year. But
Steve, are you able to answer that question?
That's a really good question.
They burn now, and of course, agricultural uses are allowed to burn. They have burn permits. As long as they have a permit and they notify the control tower that they're going to do it, that it's fine. What happens though is if they burn and they don't tell the control tower, it's control tower policy anytime they see smoke, call the police and the fire department. So that's just how air traffic control towers are. So that's the only thing that we request, and they're doing that now.
Really, I've never had to call the tower.
Has the fire department showed up?
No.
Tower must not have seen it.
Not for
If it's
you.
close to the airport, we always request that somebody call the tower.
We didn't call the tower. We called somebody with Provo City. Reported.
Well, they might have told us.
The fire department or who it was that we called. I had a number that I would call.
Yeah.
Tell them I'm burning. And so
it'll work the same way. We don't plan on stopping people from doing their agricultural burns. There may be times when the wind is such that we would prefer they wait another day.
yeah,
But we're not going to stop people from doing that.
it's too windy to burn today, or it's okay to burn.
If the wind is blowing the smoke right down the runway approach or something, we might not want you burning that day.
Okay.
Good question.
Thank you, Steve.
Yeah.
Okay. Other questions, comments? I'm not seeing any hands. I think that this is a good direction to move in, and having a code that says this is what we want to see happen in this area is a positive step. And so I'm happy to see that you're moving forward with that. Beyond that, I don't really have anything to say.
Is this area that you're including now the same as was originally set up? When they originally said they were going to have the, put certain properties in the airport zone, so that you couldn't do anything, couldn't build construction, couldn't put homes, couldn't do, so it's the same basically ground that they had told us.
I think there's a misunderstanding of what the airport protection zone was. This is basically the same area that we used to call the airport protection area. It wasn't really a zone. In the airport protection area, all it did was say you couldn't build higher density housing than was already zoned. There was nothing that said you couldn't build anything else, commercial, industrial, anything. We just said we don't want more houses any more dense than it is right now. And that's compatible with our airport master plan and still is.
And so the usage within the zone would work with that as well.
Yeah, it's basically taking our airport development area and codifying it into a zone so that it's clear to everybody. Because I can't tell you how many times I get told that the airport protection area meant that they couldn't build anything, or they couldn't do anything, or they couldn't, some people said they thought they couldn't farm. Rumors get spread, and if we put it in a zone, it's just going to be easier for everybody.
Great. Thank you.
And with that,
Okay.
Steve, who I worked with at the Policy Institute, or so, they said that the uses that we have within this airport industrial compatible zone are very flexible, and they can see it being really beneficial to forward having the language that we have at least initially drafted. They see that as it allows for a lot of opportunities.
Okay, Brian?
Yeah, now looking at this map, I'm just curious for some clarification on that A110 zone right at the end of the one runway, kind of in the middle of all this airport compatible space. Is that going to cause problems down the road? And should that be preserved also for future expansion for hangars and mechanics and special places? I just want some more clarification on why that A110 seems right in the middle of all the airport stuff.
It really should be. It should be a part of this. A lot more should be a part of this. But when we did the master plan, the hue and cry that came was difficult. We still believe that is we still consider that part of the airport protection area. That A110 is still part of the airport protection area. So we still will not allow higher density housing. It was just difficult. The greenhouses are there. There's houses there already, and people are living there. So we just left that alone.
Okay, yeah, I could understand greenhouses and existing homes, but the chance of building more homes, that just seems like that's not a high sought after place to have a home.
It's a terrible place to have a home.
Yeah.
Terrible. Terrible place to have a home. That's why it is zoned A110. The people that live there live all the way out on 3110, so they're quite a ways away from the noise. And it's not too bad for them. But when we use runway 18, yeah, it can get noisy there. We get complaints now for people on the other side of Center Street, but we have to be really careful about how big we make the airport protection area or the airport zone, because we want to restrict as few people as possible on what they can do with their property. So we're just trying to do the bare minimum that we think will be a great economic development success for the city, because if we start building things there that are industrial and do shipping, Amazon shipping, that kind of stuff, UPS, it can be a great boon for the city if we use it properly.
No, that does sound good. And imagining now with this new terminal, I mean, we're going to have 30 planes a day, 737. I mean, those are not quiet planes. So,
well, they're not, but even if you had 30 flights a day, because they fly a straight in pattern on runway 13, they don't ever land on 18.
Oh, okay.
It doesn't affect us that much.
Okay.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. When we used to take off on 18, yeah, that would be a terrible place to be. When they're turning and banking out, it would be very loud.
Yeah, I'm just imagining with any land that is left, it just seems wise and prudent to lock that up so it doesn't become a problem in the future. So, okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, anybody else? I'm not seeing any raised hands. So maybe it's time to shift over to the pocket neighborhood topic.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having this discussion tonight, and hopefully it will lead to some other discussions and questions and things like that. But just to give you a quick overview, I'm sure many of you remember about 5 years or so ago, there was some discussion in Provo about this particular piece of property. This is a piece of property that the city actually owns. This is 1500 South. The freeway's here. The mall is on this side, obviously. And this is the substation. There's an existing park just to the north of this property called Powerline Park. And this piece of property abuts that. And a few years ago, we had a discussion about the possibility of having what we call a pocket neighborhood in this particular piece of property. And tonight, I just wanted to have kind of a discussion about two things, this site in particular, but then also kind of a general policy discussion on the idea of things like pocket neighborhoods, infill, those types of things. So this is a quick sketch of a possible, maybe a possible layout for the site as far as where you could access it and actually open it up. So there could be some development within this particular piece of property. So what's a pocket neighborhood? I'm sure many of you might be familiar with it. If not, pocket neighborhoods are actually kind of a great idea of more dense infill type of development. That's generally where you'll find them. Pieces like this one on 1500 South can be reimagined rather than the traditional single family lot by lot development, but rather focused on kind of a lifestyle living. The houses are generally detached, but they can be mixed as far as housing types, and generally you get a little bit more density. Often the design is very flexible, and parking is another thing that's kind of interesting about the traditional pocket neighborhood. Oftentimes you will find that parking is not directly attached to the house. Whether or not that could happen here in Provo or here in Utah, we're not sure, but that's just some general background about the traditional pocket neighborhood. They do allow quite a bit of benefit. So in a pocket neighborhood, the focus is kind of on an individual space for a family or for individuals' dwellings, but then maximizing the open space as kind of a community backyard type of situation. Encourages more interaction in the neighborhood. Pocket neighborhoods actually help with that infill idea of you have these odd shaped parcels that you might not know what to do with. And so it kind of maximizes that opportunity for dwelling units to smaller, weird spaces. And then it just creates, because the focus is kind of on that open space outside, it creates a more walkable space in the neighborhood. So this is just a photo of a sketch that I did from my desk. And the only reason that I'm bringing this up is just to kind of demonstrate a little bit of the possibilities of what you could do. Traditionally, let me go to this one. This might be what you would think of in this type of neighborhood. You could lay out the lots. You'd have one house on each of these with a specific front yard, backyard type of thing. And this might be a possibility for this particular site. I'm not sure. But there are other things that we could consider. This is very similar, but instead of having a specific lot with a specific front yard, backyard, you focus more on the design of the home, the design of the open space, and how it works within the neighborhood. This is a really interesting piece of property because it does abut a park already. And I actually had a really good conversation today with two people, and I'm going to give you some background on both. The first one I had a conversation with was Becky Bogdan from the neighborhood. Some of you might remember that when this idea of a pocket neighborhood was first proposed, the neighborhood was very, very concerned about it. They were very concerned about the density that was being proposed on this piece of property and the idea that a park would be used for this purpose. And so eventually when this went before the city council chose not to go forward with the plan for a pocket neighborhood. And then the neighborhood has been operating under the idea that this piece of property would be eventually expanded into a park. I had a chance to also talk with Doug Robbins today, who is the deputy director over at Parks and Rec. He wanted to make sure that the city council and the planning commission understands that there are lots of different options. Didn't say one way specifically or another on what is the preferred method, but did indicate that some sort of expansion of the park and a pocket neighborhood is definitely a possibility. They'd just like some direction on the way that you folks in the city council would like to proceed. So with that background, just a little bit more information. These are some different elevations of types of housing that might be considered in something like this. These are some smaller cottage homes. I've been looking actually at plans that you could actually probably put a 3,000 square foot house on this piece of property with, if you added the levels together. Some other ideas are different housing types that are made to look like more traditional single family houses. This is the idea of a mansion house as a townhome. So the overall architectural style is a very large home, but is actually divided into units. This particular style could be treated a little bit differently, and instead of having 4 connections, 4 front doors, You could actually do a little bit different and have like a central entrance. So it actually looks like just a great big house, and then divided on the inside. That's kind of what's going on here. Basically, you have 4 units in here that are divided up, but the architectural style is supposed to be such that it blends in as a more single-family traditional type architecture. The reason I'm bringing up mansion houses or different housing types or things like that, there are members of the city council that are very, very interested in the idea that in our city, we need to provide for different housing types, different housing opportunities within existing neighborhoods. And this is one of those places where we wanted to have the discussion of, is this possible? Is this something that the Planning Commission and the City Council would like to see happen? And so keep that in mind as we go through the next couple of things. This is, Javin showed you this. He showed you the western half of this map. This is the future land use map for the southwest side of Provo. Most of you are very familiar with this. We're going to be talking about it again tonight. But this green dot right here, it says park, and that is the piece of property that we're talking about. So in order to enable something like a pocket neighborhood, we would first have to change the future land use map designation, the general plan for this piece of property. We'd also have to change some zoning on it, things like that. And that's all possible to do, but it's just important to understand where we would have to start from. These are some more slides just about kind of the options that a development like this might have and some of the structure types that we would be talking about. This was interesting. We have Zeke, come over here. We have an intern working with us now. This is Zeke Peters. He was in the class that I helped teach last semester, and he's just been fantastic and is helping us out. And he found this today of a housing type that could be used and expanded over time depending on what is necessary for the people occupying the home. And it just kind of shows you how one dwelling may change over time and is already pre-designed to do so. These are some examples of clustering parking and how that might be effective. Again, I don't know, there are a lot of things that go into development, one of which is the market. And I don't know if the market in Provo right now would support something where the parking isn't necessarily directly attached to a house, but it is something that we could always explore. And then for those of you that might be interested or remember, this is the cover of a book. Yeah, this is the cover of a book that kind of discusses these in details by Ross Chapin, Pocket Neighborhoods. But what I wanted to do was just go back to this piece, this page right here, and just kind of have that discussion on 2 topics. First of all, I'd love to know your thoughts about how you would like to see this particular piece of property developed. And then the second thing that I'd like to hear your input on is the idea of mixing housing types at this type of granular level, where it's almost lot by lot. We could change the zoning code to allow, a different mix of housing types in a zone, and just kind of get your thoughts.
Okay, Dave Anderson.
If Daniel wants to go first, I'll let him go first. I didn't mean to.
Yeah, I can go. I think it is a great idea. I'm kind of, I don't know, there's a few different things going on in my head, and one of them was, it was probably an early stage, but what the community sentiment is where it's already zoned or has a future use as a park, how much the neighborhood would feel that that's a betrayal or reneging on a future park use. But as far as trying to be on the cutting edge of community planning, this is really intriguing.
Thanks, Daniel. I think that's really, really important to note. I think that there would be a lot of opposition from the neighborhood, particularly on this piece of property. But it is something important that we want to discuss. There are lots of options. So thank you for that.
Well, and if I could follow up, I'd be curious to see. I don't know if there's any measures for it. What the extent of the use of that existing park is. If it's heavily trafficked on weekends, particularly with the summer coming up, that would be interesting to see how much it's utilized. Where if you were to present this type of development into the neighborhood, being able to point out, well, it is an underutilized area, it might be helpful.
Thank you. Maybe Dave. Okay. Sure.
Hey, Dave.
Yeah, thanks. So, this is one that I have particularly strong feelings about for a lot of reasons. And maybe, Robert, are you interested more in just on this site, or just maybe thoughts about the concept as a whole? What's most useful right now?
I would love your thoughts on both, Dave. Actually, I think at this point they're kind of equally important to us, and I'm sad that we only have 15 more minutes or so, and we can definitely bring this back to you again. And feel free, everybody, you can email me your comments. But Dave, if you have some strong feelings on both, I'd love to hear them.
Well, and I think it's really the same, so maybe it doesn't matter. First of all, this for me provides a community with an opportunity to address some needs that I think, for the most part, we're doing a really poor job of providing for all along the Wasatch Front. We use the phrase missing middle in terms of housing, where either you have what I would call suburban sprawl, or you have really, really high density contemporary development, and you don't have much that's coming on the market, comparatively speaking, that really is in the middle of those two things. So for example, there's the opportunity for people to purchase a market rate single family detached home, which I equate still as kind of being the American dream, the thing that people aspire to owning, and being able to do that, maybe in neighborhoods that have some history to them and that sort of a thing. And, maybe even having those development opportunities be redevelopment opportunities, and so forth. I think the concept really does a lot of different things to help make communities better. But the housing type for me in Provo would be a particularly big deal, because I do feel like, at least in recent years, there hasn't been a lot of, again, I'd say, single family detached products, put on the market. So, the different options that you sketched out for this property, that's the one that I gravitate towards the most. And I think there have been some good examples of things that were done. I can't believe it's been this long, but even maybe 20 years ago at the Housing Authority, where they weren't market rate, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but I certainly think the market would support maybe a more dense type of a single family product. And I think that does particularly good things for neighborhoods when that investment happens, and you do get people moving in that, maybe putting down roots and staying there for a while. and that type of thing. So maybe in terms of just the specifics of what I think could be the most beneficial for neighborhoods in the community, those are a couple of thoughts. And other details too come to mind, like the idea maybe of having this almost done akin to like a condo plat where people are just purchasing the footprint. So you have uniform maintenance and that type of a thing. I'll tell you, I would love for any projects like this that happen to be showpieces so that maybe they're easier to replicate. Like you said, I mean, I would expect there maybe at times to be some neighborhood pushback for various reasons if we're talking about this, but if they look just as good 10 years later, you know, because of how things have been maintained and that sort of thing as they were the day they were built, I think that really can be a super positive influence. And I'll stop there.
Thank you very much. That's really helpful.
Okay, and Brian.
Yeah, first of all, Robert, great drawings. You need to do that more. We need to see more of that.
My pencil sketches.
Oh, those are great. I don't know if you've seen on Vineyard's website, they have parklets that are literally pieces of trace paper that it looks like they took a picture of, and that's their plan. Oh. So love that kind of stuff. Very cool. Secondly, first of all, how many acres is this piece of property?
So the entire site of, if you included the substation, it's slightly over 4. If you take the substation out, you're probably at like 3.6, something like that.
Okay. And how many acres is the park to the north?
The park to the north, oh, sorry. Let me see if I have a better. It's not, oh, sorry guys. It's not huge. It's about, I think it's very linear. I think it totals like 3.5, something like that. They have, so let me talk about the park a little bit. They have an existing playground there, some picnic tables. What the plan is for expansion is for some additional playground equipment, things like that. And then some pavilion areas. That was really important to the neighborhood.
Okay. Yeah, because 3.5 acres for a neighborhood park. I know everybody wants like 10-acre parks where 80% of it goes unused. I'm wondering though if additional amenities in that park could help the community get behind doing something cool. Maybe part of this becomes park. Maybe we take like another acre and the rest is developed as a pocket neighborhood.
Yeah, we were kind of thinking that this area up here, you know, because it's already adjacent to the park. The majority of the existing facilities are in the north end. Okay. And so this would be the southern portion of it. Provides, you know, we're opening up access to it, things like that. But sorry, go ahead, keep going.
No, that's great. That's exactly what I was thinking too, is that northern part of this parcel, would that be amenable to be a park, add to the park, make it a little better, if it actually gives value. If it's not really giving more value, it's just more grass, I don't know that that's really worth doing. But yeah, if we're adding pavilions, a second playground, maybe some other amenities like a pickleball court or something, that would be really awesome. But I'm with Dave, Chairman Anderson on this one, that if we're going to do it, being the first one, this should be the concept car design for the rest of the city to really inspire future designs. It should have all the elements of a good pocket neighborhood. I think some alley-loaded rear garages, but also to put the separated parking, which at first when I saw these, I was concerned, well, you got to have a garage at the house. And yet when you think about apartments, my sister-in-law lives in an apartment in Provo. She has to go down 4 flights of stairs, past one building and across a parking lot to get to her assigned parking stall. And in that mentality, you think about it, well, it's already happening just in a different building type. And if we had 4 units or 6 units that were that way in this, just to showcase what the possibilities are. I think this definitely should be a showcase piece that says this is a quality pocket neighborhood with no compromises, so we can show people what's possible with them.
Okay.
Other than that, yeah, I think that's all the comments I had.
So Brian and Dave, oh, and we have, actually Robert has a question in here, or a comment as well. Laurie, can we go to him? Dave?
Yes.
Okay.
I forget the builder's name, but a number of years ago, they came to us, and it's being built up there above Centennial Middle School, like Rock Canyon Elementary. Yeah. I forget his name, the builder.
John Dester.
Yeah. But I drove by there the other day, and I think that's really, I don't know whether you consider that a pocket neighborhood.
It's very close, yeah.
But it's very close. I remember there was a lot of opposition to it, but we did pass it, and it's being built. But I'm really amazed. I think it's a splendid idea. I don't know about that particular piece, whether it fits there. Maybe it does. If we do like we were just talking about, maybe add to the park and maybe make the park a little nicer so that people say, well, we compensated for this, but we got that. But I think it's a really good idea for areas in Provo where they're small and we can put a little bit heavier density.
Excellent, thank you. I have a couple follow-up questions for you guys, if that's okay. So this is a terrible drawing, I'm sorry. But what I wanted to ask was more along the idea of that mixing of housing types, where in one particular, like 3.5 acres, you have some single family detached, maybe some townhouses, maybe like a 3-unit, 4-unit mansion house. What are your thoughts about that? Dave, what I got from you was it seemed like you kind of leaned towards the single family detached kind of design. Am I misinterpreting that?
You're muted, Dave.
Thank you, Robert. No, I think you're spot on. And you're kind of getting my thoughts on the fly here a little bit, but I think getting this right is complicated enough, and getting neighborhood buy-in might be complicated enough that focusing on, the introduction of single family product in neighborhoods that I'm guessing are going to primarily already be single family homes, and a lot of things that come along with that. I think that's plenty to try to take on now. And I really think the market for that would be strong. So I'd guess that, there'd be developers that would be willing to implement that kind of an idea. That's my thought.
Thank you.
I like this plan. I like the idea of making it a showcase a lot. I am a little bit, I'm wondering if the city would actually ever develop that property into a park with amenities, because parks are not free, and you've got some stuff there. So I sort of had my question about whether or not Parks and Recreation would like to take on that whole thing as something that was had more amenities or was more manicured. So I like the idea of doing this kind of a neighborhood here, as long as the park is enhanced so that the neighbors that are close to this end of it, this south end of it, feel like it's a good location for them. I do think that doing too much in one location I like the concept of having mixed use, but I agree with Dave. Doing too much in this first location might be pushing it too hard. But the mixed use, mixed housing just seems to me like such a great concept for building, diverse neighborhoods, that I'd love to see that happen. I just don't know that you want to push too much on at one time. Deborah did have a question, and I want to give her a chance to talk And then Brian also has a comment.
Thanks, Ms. Urquiaga. Actually, I just wanted to weigh in and say that I'm in agreement with what's been said so far, that trying to implement some additional typologies of housing, whether that requires special zoning regulations or whatnot, would be a really smart thing for Provo to do. We do have a very homogeneous kind of housing situation here. It's either seems to be single family, a lot of them older homes. The newer ones are typically way too expensive for most first-time home buyers. And then you have townhomes and condos and apartments, and that's about it, other than some very old housing stock in the older established neighborhoods. So to try something like this, where you have cottage style homes with small lots, I think if you maintained that connection to the existing linear park and perhaps provided some amenity there, it could be a boon to the existing neighborhood, and it certainly starts to expand the dialogue of what Provo City is willing to do in terms of providing housing for everyone. So I would strongly support this.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Brian?
Yeah, just one last comment. I think if I was going to buy a townhome or a small cottage with a nice park in the front yard, I'd take the cottage every time. I'm not concerned about market on this. My only thought on this, looking at this, I feel like it still has too many roads. It kind of creates that island in the middle, which the project we're going to look at tonight kind of does that same thing, and I'll save my comments for that one. I think item 3 tonight, but just my last thought on mixing the use. I wouldn't force it, but if it makes sense in a design to have 1 3-unit townhome, I'd say go for it, just as long as it's not forced to have multiple uses. But if it solves a solution that can't be solved another way, or the other way is less effective, I think, yeah, keep the idea open, just don't force it. That's all I got.
I really, really appreciate all your thoughts. And this is probably a continued discussion that we're going to have. There's no proposal or anything like this. It's just something that you're the planning commission. We want you to plan. So we want your thoughts and your ideas. So again, this particular piece of property probably going to have some very strong feedback with the neighbors, and if we go forward with this, but I again just so appreciate your thoughts and ideas on this.
Okay, thanks everyone. Good contributions. We will close the work meeting and then come back at 6 o'clock for the hearings.
Thanks everybody.
Thanks, Steph. That's awesome.
I've been reading that book. It's an interesting little book.
Yeah, super cool.
Cottages. Good idea.
Keep a good distance between those homes, but did like a reinforced grass concrete block that a fire truck can drive over.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Like a 20-foot lane, but
Hey, Jared and Jeff, everything okay with your sound, your audio and video?
Hi. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, great. So I guess when someone wants to talk to me, they hit a button and my mute pops up and I can unmute, right? That's what I just did. So it seems fine.
So at the moment you're in the attendee list. Once your item comes up, I'll bring you into the panelists, and then you can turn on your video and take part.
Okay. Yeah. But yeah, right now I hear you all pretty well and everything works. So.
Okay, great.
Okay. Thanks.
Thanks.
How's it going?
Hi, Jared.
Yeah, I just wanted to check in and see if all my audio and everything's working okay.
Okay, yeah, we can hear you perfectly. Is your
Great.
video okay? Can you see the screen?
Yeah, I can see everything. And do you, I think I have a camera going if you guys are doing that. If not,
Yeah, so once I bring you on as a panelist, you'll be able to turn on your camera.
Oh, gotcha.
At the moment, you're still in the attendee list, so there's no camera option.
Oh, no problem. I just wasn't sure if it was working or not. So.
Okay.
Cool. Thank you.
Thanks. Hi, Shawn. Is everything working for you?
Yeah. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Great.
Okay.
So will you guys just unmute me when it's my turn? Is that kind of how it works?
So when it's your turn, I'll bring you on as a panelist, and then at that point, you can turn on your video as well as talk.
Okay, great.
All right. Will it just be you, or is there anyone else joining you?
There might be somebody else that'll hop on closer to the time of the presentation.
Okay, could I get their name, please?
Yeah, his name is Nate Pugsley. So I'll be the main presenter, but he may want to jump in and add something.
Okay. The other applicants, do you have anyone else joining you? If you do, please raise your hand and I'll bring you on.
City Planning Commission meeting. To start with, I am going to read a statement relative to the Open and Public Meetings Act. In accordance with Utah's Open and Public Meetings Act, I have determined that conducting meetings of the Provo City Planning Commission with an anchor location, such as the council chambers, presents a substantial risk to the health and safety of those who may be present there. These are the facts upon which I have made this determination. The World Health Organization has classified novel coronavirus disease as a pandemic. The U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention state that COVID-19 is easily spread from person to person between people who are in close contact with one another. State Public Health Order 2021-5 addresses the ongoing COVID-19 public health emergency and establishes minimum standards to address the unique circumstances in different locations. Utah County is currently listed as having a moderate level of coronavirus transmission as determined by the state's transmission index metrics. Physical distancing measures will be difficult to set up and maintain in the council chambers and other meeting rooms. Therefore, for the next 30 days, all meetings of the Provo City Planning Commission will be conducted entirely via electronic means. Meetings are broadcast live and available later on demand at youtube.com/user/Provo Channel 17 and at facebook.com/Provo Channel 17. Agendas and support materials are available at provo.org/planning commission. To make a public comment or to join a meeting via telephone, follow the instructions provided on public notices of each meeting. To send comments to the Provo City Planning Commission members or weigh in on current issues, email them at dspublichearings@provo.org. I believe that tonight there are a total of 8 items on the agenda. Some of those are legislative, and the commission will just be making a recommendation tonight for the city council. And next we will do a roll call. The commissioners will just simply state whether you're present and have a conflict of interest. That would be great. We'll start with Allie Jones.
Allie Jones, no conflict.
Commissioner Deborah Jensen.
Deborah Jensen, no conflicts.
Commissioner Lisa Jensen.
Lisa Jensen, no conflicts.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Daniel Gonzalez, no conflicts.
Commissioner Urquiaga.
Sorry, button wasn't working. Laurie Urquiaga, no conflicts.
Thank you. Commissioner Henry.
Brian Henry, no conflicts.
Commissioner Knutson.
Every time. Go ahead again.
Robert Knudsen, no conflict.
Thank you. And I am Dave Anderson. I have no conflicts. I understand that Commissioner Phillips is excused tonight. Unless you're here, you want to speak up real quick? Yes, I believe Commissioner Phillips is excused, and we will dive right into item number 1. Brittany Johnson requests an ordinance text amendment to add cannabis production as a permitted or conditional use in the Freeway Commercial 1 zone. Mr. Ardmore.
Thank you, Planning Commission. So this first item, I'll be pretty brief. It's just a proposal to add, in this case, the proposal settled on adding it as a conditional use. So the screen in front of you has 2 different lines. So the first, number 1, is what the applicant proposed as adding in the conditional uses in the freeway conditional or the freeway commercial zone. So that's the language he provided. Number 2 is what staff is recommending. So we just are recommending a couple edits to the language that was provided to make it a little more clear. That was under the direction of the city attorney's office. So we always send our ordinance amendments to the city's attorney's office to kind of make sure for clarity and legal backing on anything that comes through our city ordinance text. So essentially, drugs, cannabis production only, and only when the establishment is ancillary and adjacent to a cannabis distribution facility, of which we have one currently in the FC1 zone. If you're wondering where the FC1 zone is in the city, there is one such zone, and it is this area. along I-15 from about 820 north, and it runs all the way down here to, I believe that is, what is that, 600 south. So it kind of meanders as it gets down to 600 south, but that's the entirety of the zone. There's no other place in the city where the FC1 zone currently exists. So that is where this amendment would take place. Staff has reviewed this as it is ordinance amendment. It is reviewed against the general plan. Staff's comfortable with this being a conditional use because as all conditional uses are reviewed individually, it would come through, each request would come through a staff review and a public hearing. The public hearing would allow staff and the public to address any concerns with each case, with each property. If there's concerns with safety, general welfare, the health, concerns, traffic, anything that could be a concern in a particular case could be mitigated by certain conditions. So staff is comfortable with this being added as a conditional use in the zone and is recommending that the Planning Commission recommend approval to the City Council on this item.
Thanks, Aaron. I guess I'm going to start off with one quick question. Are cannabis distribution facilities permitted or conditional uses?
So cannabis distribution facility is that is a great question. That is a permitted use in the FC1 zone, and I believe the A110 zone.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions of staff? Commissioner Lisa Jensen.
I just wanted to know why there wasn't a neighborhood meeting. If there's not actually houses in the zone, do they not have to have a neighborhood meeting?
That's a good question.
This seems like something that you'd want to have a neighborhood meeting for.
Sure. Staff neighborhood program, of course, is a program of the City Council. Staff wasn't informed of a neighborhood meeting happening. So that's as much as I can tell you.
Okay.
That being in part because this is really a citywide change, even though there's just one, I guess, probably neighborhood that has this particular zone in it. That's maybe just a guess as to why that might have been, but
that's a great point.
That's true. That's true. Thank you.
Any other questions of staff? Okay, is the applicant here with us tonight? They want to add anything?
We've got Mr. Jarman Montgomery representing the applicant if he has anything.
Please, Mr. Montgomery.
Yeah, thank you for giving us the opportunity to come before the Planning Commission. We are just basically representing a company called Deseret Wellness, who currently has a cannabis distribution facility in the zone FC1, and requests to provide the production facility, which is kind of a modular kit of parts structure that is built and would be built directly behind the existing facility. It's not very large in size. It's about 24 feet by 48 feet by 12 feet high, with another 6-foot extension for some of the exhaust hoods, flues. And so we were just kind of requesting it, seeing that the original ordinance would require our representative to have to purchase or procure property in the agricultural district to have such a cannabis production facility work in tandem with their already existing distribution facility. So if anyone has any questions for me, kind of as further information toward what drove this request, I'm happy to answer it.
Thank you, commissioners. Any questions for the applicant? I don't see any hands shooting up, so if nobody objects, I think we should go ahead and take any public comment that's out there. Can staff help us with that?
No public comments at this time, 30 seconds. No public comments.
Thank you. With that, we will close the public hearing for item number 1. Is there any commission discussion that we want to have? I don't see any hands go up, so I'm gonna just mention a couple of things really quickly. I don't have any concerns with the proposal, really. So I'm not trying to make things more complicated, and there may be some state legislation that impacts how the uses that we're talking about here can be regulated at the local level. But I guess from my perspective, the distribution facility part, which I think is part and parcel with what we're talking about tonight, given how this is written, that's probably where I would prefer to see the conditional use kind of approach come into play. From my perspective, the production side of it is much more benign and probably less likely to have any impact on anything around it. So again, I don't want to make it more complicated, but having what we're looking at tonight, the production be a permitted use where it's ancillary to the distribution facility, having the distribution facility be the conditional use, is maybe something I'd like to see considered. And with that, Commissioner Lisa Jensen.
I wanted to know what the reason, in the description on the last page, it said that you need to buy up multiple properties. And that was just something the applicant gave us. If you wanted to have it in another zone, do you know why? Do we know why that is? That they have to buy up multiple properties if they want to put it in one of the zones where it's currently allowed? Maybe that's a statement, a question for Mr. Ardmore before we talk about it, but that was just something I wanted to clarify.
I would refer, if you'd allow the applicant to respond to that, as that comes from his statement.
Yeah, I was basically just kind of alluding to there are three parts of the process to cannabis sales, I guess you could say. The manufacture, which is essentially the growing, the production, which is kind of the packaging and the preparation for distribution, and then the distribution itself. And currently right now, the manufacture and the packaging exist in Freeway Industrial and the agricultural 10-acre zoning areas. And the distribution currently only exists in the Freeway Commercial district. Well, it may not only exist there, but for the case with which we brought this to in front of you, our applicant has property in the Freeway Commercial zone. And so trying to conduct a singular business that does they're not concerned with the manufacturer. They're more concerned with the production and distribution and trying to get those two elements onto the same parcel as opposed to having to have two separate locations.
Okay, I understand now. I was thinking you were implying that you needed to buy more space because to have it in that zone, it was required. So
Gotcha. No.
So now my discussion items with the council, the commission would be, so one of the findings of fact in section, let's see, 3A, it says the amendment hopes to both stabilize and improve property values. And I don't actually think that a cannabis production facility will improve property values. Maybe it'll bring in, I've been to a lot of really great cities in the last 10 years that were great until cannabis production and distribution were part of their economy, and they are toilet cities now. And I don't think that we want to make it easier to do that in Provo, and especially in this FC1 zone where it's basically a welcome to Provo sign. You know, as you're coming in and out of Provo, this is the major interchange that traffic comes in and out of Provo. And I would hate for this to be our welcome to Provo freeway corridor because it's already not very picturesque right there at that interchange. So those are just a few of my thoughts about, I agree with Dave that the distribution is probably something you want to have a stronger grip on, but I don't know that enabling it to be bigger and better is necessarily in the city's advantage. So that's like bias about cannabis use aside, that I just have seen cities physically deteriorate, like aesthetically deteriorate because of this part of the economy at every interchange along every freeway in the state. So I don't really know if we want to open that up. Any thoughts?
Can staff give us a quick maybe tutorial on exactly what cities can do to regulate the sale and production of cannabis now? I think to some extent we're a little bit hamstrung, but I don't know how far that goes.
So the state kind of forced cities' hands a little bit where we are forced to open the city up to distribution of cannabis. It kind of left us to decide how and where we want to do that. In Provo, we have chosen to open up 2 different zones to it. So that's how we've handled it in Provo. So we feel that we've limited it pretty well to limit it to 2 zones out of 50 plus zones that we have in the city. I guess I'll just leave it at that.
Got it. Thanks. Let's go ahead and let Lori, I don't know if you want to comment on what Commissioner Jensen said or anything else, but.
Yeah, well, I will. My understanding is that the distribution facility either already exists or has already been approved. And I agree with you. That's the one that is more concerning to me. I believe my understanding of the Utah law is that this would be CBD, not not cannabis with THC. So it's like CBD oil or chewables or whatever like that, or no?
No, it's
Aaron, you're
actual
shaking
cannabis.
your head.
Yeah.
What's
actual
that?
Cannabis production.
With the THC element included?
That's
okay. That is more concerning to me. But if the distribution is already there, the production facility doesn't concern me as much. Don't know that there's much we can do about that with the state law. And that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Gonzalez?
Yeah, a couple things. One, is this, I'm not terribly familiar with the state laws, but is this something where it's like those state liquor stores where you're given, based on your population, you can have X amount of storefronts, distribution centers, and then also just to a couple another things. Although this will be a cannabis production, the sales are still restricted to non-THC products. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct. The sales do include THC products, and I don't believe it's like the state liquor stores where it's population based. When the state adopted their cannabis regulations, they opened the door fairly wide on cities to have to allow these in many zones, unless cities took the initiative to limit the cannabis distribution to something smaller than what the state approved, fewer zones than what the state said was permissible. So that's why Provo took the step to say A110 and FC.
All right, and then the last thing was just I'm curious if Commissioner Lisa Jensen had any specific cities in mind as a reference point for what she means as the turn to toilet cities.
There are actually two cities that are very comparative to Provo's demographics and population. We've got Boulder, Colorado, and Eugene, Oregon, were two of them, and specifically that used to be lovely college town, close to the mountain recreation cities. And the last two times I went, they were a completely different environment because of this part of their economy that had changed. At least that was my perspective.
I wish I had a before and after experience with either of those cities, but I don't. So it would have been interesting to, I mean, you've had that experience. So thanks for sharing.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Deborah Jensen.
Thank you. Just to clarify, the dispensary or the distribution is purely for medical marijuana, correct? Or medical THC, CBD, whatever. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And they're regulated by the state?
Yes, and so that's a significant difference between us and Boulder, Colorado, or Oregon, where it's recreational marijuana.
Right, and I wanted to emphasize that difference because it does make a difference. But I will also add that there are some cities in Colorado who have been able to tap into the funds that are collected through taxing those dispensaries where it is recreational to do some phenomenal things for the city, things like streetscape, public art. I'm thinking of Fort Collins, for example. There's another small city in Colorado called Trinity that's close to the New Mexico border that's very historic, and they have tons of money to restore their historic downtown because of the dispensaries. So, you know, there's two sides to the coin. I think since these are regulated by the state and they are for medical use only, I'm not concerned about it having negative impacts on adjacent properties.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Jones.
Thank you. I just wanted to take a second to agree with Commissioner Jensen. I think that this has been pointed out, but I just wanted to make this clear. I am pretty sure that the dispensary in question already exists, since I noticed it as I drove past it the other day. So at this point, what we're debating seems just a little bit, I don't know if redundant is the right word. And then just this idea that any city that's legalized marijuana has turned into a toilet city is a little bit, I think, objective and anecdotal. So maybe we should stay away from that. I am from Nevada. They legalized marijuana a long time ago, and mostly you don't see a lot of change. And this is the result of a public vote. So if this is what the people want, like, who are we really to come in and try and legislate after the fact? So From an economic perspective, I think that a lot of cities with dispensaries have been able to do great things with the money. And if what we're so concerned about is economic growth, why are we limiting something because of personal views that is from what other cities have done is likely to bring more economic growth to the area? So that's all.
Thank you, Commissioner Jones. Commissioner Henry.
Yeah, I guess I'm on the fence in the middle. I hear both sides, and I am not as worried because it is just a medical need, and I feel if people need it for a medical need, it should be available and should be easily provided. On the other hand, if it comes down later that it turns recreational, what doors does that open? Is this going to affect that? Although I hate considering something that's not even on the table at the moment. As I think of that freeway commercial zone, to me, it's an industrial area. It's like, could it get any worse than what's there now? It's not a beautiful area. It's not an area that, and I'm proud of in my city. We have that area. And so could this help improve that area? Is there something that could come about, the benefits of having something to, as it was mentioned in the Planning Commission staff report, that that area has struggled to attract business. And so to have production and distribution both in that zone, I guess I'm not that concerned about it, other than the potential for down the road having it turn recreational. I don't know if any other commissioners have any thoughts on that, but those are kind of my thoughts.
I don't see any other hands raised, so maybe just my last 2 cents worth. I haven't heard anybody say that they're more concerned about the production side than the distribution side for whatever reason. And I don't know, Aaron, do you have any thoughts about just conditional versus permitted use for each of those as different uses?
I think Bill has a thought.
Before I answer that, Mr. Anderson, I just wanted to say that I don't know if any of you have been able to go down to this actual facility, but I have, and I've been impressed with how clean it is, how professionally run it is, how organized it is. And so my observation would be it's been a net benefit to that zone in that area, because it's a clean use that's functioning very well. So I think that's been better than just, vacant buildings and underutilized properties down there. In terms of permitted use versus conditional use, I think that's a good discussion we could have with Planning Commission in a study session at some time. In general, we've been trying to minimize or reduce the conditional uses to the Planning Commission, because we have sensed some degree of frustration that those are so administrative. There's not much the Planning Commission can really do to turn them down. So we've been kind of steering away from those, or trying to reduce those through ordinance amendments. So if that's something the Planning Commission feels like they would like a conditional use on, we could certainly amend the ordinance to do that.
Yeah, like I said earlier, from my perspective, for the production, it just, I don't think, particularly where, as I'm understanding it, it has to be tied to distribution. The things that I would maybe think about that I've seen in other states, by way of a conditional use, limiting building color, signage, different things like that to, maybe make the use a little bit more obnoxious in terms of, kind of the face that's put on for the community to see, and that type of a thing. That's why I'd probably prefer to see the distribution part be the conditional use. But like I said, not a big deal. And I really do think that all in all, like adding production here, I don't think anybody probably would even notice that. That's my thought. So I don't know if any, sorry, please.
We did have a group that focuses, specializes in production, come in and talk to our CRC group. So all the different departments that review applications. And I think everybody was impressed with the clean room type nature of the production process. Yeah, it's extremely high tech and clean. You know, think in terms of kind of medical clean room, kind of that type of scenario or situation. Again, that's the production side. You're talking more about the distribution side, Mr. Anderson. But, you know, we did have a group come in and talk to us, and I think everyone was impressed.
Thank you. Commissioner Urquiaga?
Yes, I want to allow for other commissioners to make comments if they'd like, but I'm ready to make a motion.
I think we're ready for that, if you would.
Okay. I move that we recommend that the City Council approve Brittany Johnson's request for an ordinance text amendment to add cannabis production as a permitted or conditional use in the Freeway Commercial Zone, using the language proposed by the city attorney and any other requirements that are accessory to that.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, thank you. That was Commissioner Gonzalez. So the motion is to recommend approval of the ordinance text amendment as has been edited by the city attorney. There's that option under number 2 that we're seeing now on the screen. Any discussion on that motion? Okay. Don't see any hands, so we'll go right down the line and start with a vote with Commissioner Jones.
Aye.
Commissioner Deborah Jensen?
Aye.
Commissioner Lisa Jensen?
Nay.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Aye.
Commissioner Urquiaga?
Aye.
Commissioner Henry?
Aye.
Commissioner Knutson?
Aye.
And I vote aye as well. Lisa, I hate to ask you this. Were you an aye or a nay?
Oh, I was a nay.
Okay, that's what I thought I heard, but just wanted to make sure. So the motion carries, and we will move on to item number 2. Okay, so this is a project plan approval, so the Planning Commission will be acting on this. Shawn Poor, on behalf of Brighton Development, requests project plan approval for 173 condo units located at approximately 2300 North University Parkway in the ITOD zone. Mr. Ardmore.
Thank you. So this property is in the mix development area, just adjacent to University Parkway and 2230 North. I've highlighted this section of this first phase of the development where the condo phase will be proposed. Here you can see the overall development plan. The future apartments, the future retail phases. You can see here the existing commercial and future phases of commercial there. Tonight we're going to be focused on this condominiums. As we kind of zoom down into this, you can see there's 2 major different product types and a amenity area in the northwest corner, which includes a clubhouse, pool, and 4 sports courts, as well as a trail area that goes around the perimeter of the property. As you can also see pedestrian connections through the property that come out through the interconnections in between the units. And then those same connections get you into the apartments and into the commercial areas adjacent to the condos. This screen also shows us kind of a draft of the architecture of the product type number 1. This is our townhome condo style. These all went through design review committee last week. We've got Shawn Poor here available after I'm done to kind of give you some more detail here if you'd so like. But this is basically the townhome style condo that you'd see in the blue central to the condo project. You can see that a number of these units would have balconies. They have, if you go into the floor plans, they all have 2-car garages. They're 3 stories. Each have 3 stories. They're rear loaded. And if you go to product 2, this is a pretty interesting type of condo here. If you look again, it's rear loaded individual garages. However, the first floor is a single story condo, and then the top 2 stories are a 2-story condo, and you can see that kind of develop in the floor plan. I don't know if you've had a chance to review the staff report. I might be more clear in there. But each of these have their own 1-car garage. The central lobbies help to access the top 2-story condos, while the first floor condos have direct access into their units from the garage. Here you can see the variety of materials that will be used throughout the project. Each building can vary in colors and materials to give variety throughout the site, to give interest from building to building. And here we have the landscape plan. The one thing that this design review committee noted, as you can see on the final sentence here, there was a formal recommendation to remove the shrubs and distance the Zakova trees from these locations here. I'm gonna highlight those locations. It's kind of repeated throughout these unit 1s, where you can see the Zakova trees and the shrubs against the building here. So we have a landscape architect on our design review committee, Phil Kaiser, who noted that that's just a lot of landscaping, a lot of growth, and in time, those plants would most likely die out. So he recommended to the development team that they thin those out and maybe move the trees away from the building to see more success with those plants in the future. So that was the one thing that the DRC noted. Otherwise, they were happy with the designs. Going to the staff report, maybe I'll just kind of maybe freeze on that screen. Going to the staff report, like you noted, 173 units, 2 and 3 bedrooms. They've met and exceeded the open space and the parking for the ITOD zone. We're happy to see them exceed, of course, the amenity space. Though they did exceed the parking for the zone, when you look at the site plan, personally for me, for staff reviewing this, you don't really see that. You don't really see a lot of excess surface parking in just this condo phase. And I think because a lot of the parking is just tandem behind the garages here and here. And then a lot of that is here. And if this builds out and is used like any other development If these townhomes act like most single-family homes, the garages might be full of storage, toys, things like that. I think a lot of this parking will be used, and these guys, Brighton Development, they know the market. They know what the end users are going to need, and we're happy to to give them the parking that they think they need. So we didn't have a problem with that being a little bit overparked in this case. So they are a little bit overparked, but we're fine with going with those numbers. Overall, they've met the Untitled zone. They've met the design requirements, the landscaping requirements, and therefore we're recommending approval. There is a note that they still need to meet some staff review, some CRC review comments. They've already met my comments. They've been able to show me where those bike parking spaces are going to be to meet our bicycle standards of the 1437-105 section in our city code for those short-term parking bike racks. So that's been satisfied, and I know they're working towards those others. So that shouldn't take too long to meet those. Other than that, I feel this project can move forward with that condition. So that's all I have on this one. If you have any questions, please let me know.
Thank you, Mr. Ardmore. Commissioner Jensen?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a question. The elevations are very nice, I will say. Very attractive. Nicely done. My question is the site plan. And I'm looking at the staff report that was sent to us. It shows, or you stated that these are rear loaded, but I'm seeing nothing but driveways on, for example, the far right-hand side. Let me just make sure I'm understanding the site plan correctly. If you take the blue blocks in the center, the smaller blocks that have the pedestrian path through them,
yeah,
that pedestrian path is the front?
Yes.
Yes.
So, so let me just understand this. They're accessing, are these streets in between the blocks alleys?
Yes, technically these are alleys. According to our street standards, these are alleys in between the units here.
I just find it odd. I would have reversed that, put the alley through the middle of the block, and had a nice street presence. But
we like that.
Comment. And the orange buildings that are facing off-site to the right, that entire street is just a row of driveways.
Yeah, in that case, the feature is the river, right? So the river's right over here.
That's why they're facing that way.
And that's why they're facing that way. So, and I see what you're saying about the street and the parking and the driveways, but I think, and Shawn can back me up here when we get to his presentation, but I think in that case, they are really trying to get the windows to the river.
This area here, point to this area where I'm pointing, so they can't see this. This area there, that's a remnant of BYU Motion Picture Studio land that's just vacant between their property and the river. So I can understand the developer wanting to give the property owners the benefit of looking into that. You do raise a valid point, Deborah, but what we do like is that on the other side, the other orange development is facing towards the commercial, which we think that's a good thing. We'd much rather have the front doors facing that way than an alley and driveways on that side.
Right. So you have an alley going up through between the orange and the blue there in that block.
Right. Yes.
And no driveways, which was nice.
Gotcha. Okay. That was my biggest concern when I saw this.
Sure.
The buildings are.
Oop, you
muted yourself, Deborah.
I said the buildings are very attractive. I think the elevations were very well done.
Thank you, Commissioner Jensen. Any other questions of staff? Commissioner Lisa Jensen.
I just wanted to follow up on that question that Deborah asked because I had the same question. In other projects, we've discussed extensively how to orient them to the street so that they're street facing and very pedestrian friendly. How do we know when that's an important thing that we value and when we turn away from it? Because this, I mean, except for that orange one facing west, every other facade faces inward or somewhere where drivers, but people coming from outside the neighborhood will never see the beautiful architecture that they designed that is not visible to the casual observer.
Sure. So the only street is right here, Lisa. This is the public street. The rest of this is just an access lane for parking, and the rest of these are alleyways. These are just alleys.
So the way the staff has interpreted the ordinance is if it's a public street, you have to face it and can't have driveways on it. If it's an alley, you can have driveways on that and not have to.
All right, so we're not as worried about the presentation and the pedestrian friendliness of it because anyone else will be a pedestrian that will be seeing those houses and less likely to be a car driving by.
Right, or they'll be internal to the development itself.
Okay.
Yeah.
But even with that, Ms. Jensen, I mean, this rear elevation, even though it's on an alley, it's not a bad, even if that was a street, that's not a bad rear elevation.
Yeah, it's still nice looking.
I mean, they've treated
it's not
that
a flat wall or something very bland.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I wanted more to use this as an example of you giving me guidance on how to look at projects because that was a question that I thought of.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Thank you, Commissioner Jensen. Any other questions of staff? I don't see any hands. So I'm just going to maybe ask one. I could ask this of the applicant as well, but in terms of building materials, the brick, is that what, in my ignorance, I'll just call brick? Is that thin brick? Is that some other kind of product? Do we know?
That's full brick.
Does the city have any latitude in terms of being able to require authentic building materials and that type of a thing?
Well, it's full brick, so that's the best brick there is. So. Oh,
I'm sorry, Bill. I thought I heard faux brick.
No, full brick.
Okay. Enough said. Thank you. And then maybe back on the site plan. It seems like the end elevations a lot of times are really, really prominent. I wonder if maybe there's some value in paying particular attention to those, at least where, like on the south end, they're facing, yeah, I mean, just they're really prominent, visible sides. And I know my own experience that gets overlooked a lot. So that's really the only thought I have on the design. I think everything else I get. Maybe that's something we can talk to the applicant about, but any other questions of staff? Again, I don't see any hands, so we'll go ahead and let the applicant add anything that he'd like to.
Yeah, I'd just like to start off and say that I'm really excited to be working with you on this project. It's actually the first project I've done in your city, and so far staff has been amazing to work with. And I've been in other cities where I've not had nearly as great of an experience. And so just want to thank staff for that. As far as this project goes, we couldn't be more excited about it. We're trying to come up with a cohesive theme for the overall project. And I know this is just for the condo portion, which is the first to come down the line, but we have For the commercial portion, we have a lot of interest in the site, a lot of LOIs that we're working through. And so we're hoping to get you something. The commercial buyers, they move a little more slowly. And so that's kind of the delay there. But then with the apartments, we've got this cohesive look and these entry statements and lighting. I'm really excited about this project, and I'm hoping to do something that Provo can really be proud of here. For the architecture, I'm very excited about it. We hired an architect out of Southern California, RHA, that had done a lot of similar projects down that way. And they had a really impressive portfolio, and we felt like they could design something that really was deserving of this site. And so in this, what we're looking at here is a very kind of narrow vision of what the buildings will look like. What I explained in the DRC is each building type is going to be unique. So a lot of times when you see these townhome type communities, it's just the same. If it's an 8-plex or a 6-plex, it's just the same building with a few more of the same thing tacked on. We specifically hired the architect to design each of those different types of buildings with a different elevation that fits into the theme, so that when you enter the community, it's supposed to feel, it's not supposed to feel like the same thing repeated over and over again in cookie cutter. And with that being said, the side elevation that you're seeing here is actually the side along the east side, the right side of this site plan. Along the west side, the left side, where the left, trying to think. So there's the orange building on the left, then the blue row, and then that road with all the parking. So the ends that face that road with all the parking, the architect actually did put a lot of thought into that. There's actually a front door that faces that road. And it looks, like I said, that side elevation isn't showing here, but as far as facing things, we wanted that road that loops through the project to not have any backs turned to it. And so though we have sides, I feel our architect did a pretty good job creating a nice streetscape on that inner street. And then we wanted the orange buildings on the east side. Those, like Aaron mentioned, they face towards the river, and we've been in communications with BYU about making our projects integrate better there. And so currently our site's a little low. We plan to bring it up to the level of their site. We're putting a new fence in along the property line there. That'll be an open fence so that to maintain a visual connection with the river. And then we're actually undergrounding all the power lines that go along their road as to keep them from obstructing the views from those units. The trail that goes along there is something that we want to be a part of the overall project. So you can kind of see it going off the screen at the bottom there and off on the right side. At the bottom, it connects up with the Provo River Trail down that way. And then it also, at the bottom, it connects to a trail that we're putting in along the bottom of the commercial that will connect to the trail that goes along University Parkway. And then within that trail, it's an 8-foot asphalt trail is what we're planning there. And it'll loop around past the apartments and through the project. And to create an overall amenity that really connects the whole project together. But yeah, that's the gist of the project. Like I said, we're really excited about it. We're hoping to really make something that both us and the city can be proud of in the end. And we've had good feedback from staff to help us get to where we are right now. So with that, I'll turn it over to you for any questions you have for me.
Or thank you, Commissioner Urquiaga.
Thank you. I would like to say that I like the elevation. I like the idea of making each building somewhat unique and breaking things up there. I'm curious about the yards in between the two, like the blue buildings. You've got the alleys, but then you've got their front yards. How much distance is there between each of those buildings? From front door to front door, basically.
Let me see. Got a plan right here in front of me, I can tell you. From door to door, we're 27 feet.
Okay. So that will be kind of narrow. I can see why the landscape might be a little bit of an issue in there with how much light it gets depending on orientation. One thing I saw in another development a few months ago was picnic areas in some of those places. And so, you know, I don't know if that's anything that would, if you're looking for something to maybe substitute for trees, that might be something to think about. But in general, I like the plan. It does feel kind of crowded to me, but again, they're condos. And so they tend to be sort of treated like apartments. And I understand that that's the way people live in that situation. Yeah,
I feel like we feel like we'll be hitting a really good spot in the market, avoiding the market with this product of a more affordable. I mean, they'll be smaller, but it's that market that's really in need right now.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner Henry.
Yeah, quick question, Mr. Poor. On it'd be the southwest corner blue building on that end unit. Is that a garage that comes in the side of the building?
Yes.
Okay. And the same thing kind of up in the middle where the road or the alleyway turns, there's kind of a driveway there?
Yeah, so all of those buildings along that road there, we have a different unit type on the corners there. So there's they share two walls at a 90 rather than the parallel walls. And so that's how we can get on the end unit, we get the front door facing the main street there.
Got it.
And it's another way for us to add just another product type to help with variety and sales.
Okay. Yeah, I love the architecture. I think that's going to be really impressive in Provo. I also have concerns about the site plan, but I'm going to save those for discussion later. So that's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Henry. I don't see any other hands at the moment, so just a quick one from me, Mr. Poor. Any like by way of covenant types of restrictions on the number of units that can be rented versus owner occupied and that type of a thing?
So that's a question that we're still debating internally. So typically on our projects, we do have a number that can't be more than a certain number that it's a rental. And typically we also restrict certain owners from owning more than a few units in the project. The debate with this project is trying to figure out who our buyer is going to be. With our proximity to BYU, we're wondering if it's going to be a lot more parents buying it for their children to live in while they're in school. And so with that, they live there while they're there, and then they maybe rent it. So we're just trying to figure out the demographics of who our buyer is, but typically we do restrict rentals within the CC&Rs, but we haven't drafted those yet.
Yeah, I appreciate that. That's a number that I think means a lot, particularly where this is, it's a product that's part of a bigger kind of area plan for the whole development, where there is the apartment product as well that, of course, that won't be owner occupied at all. And given just, I think a lot of things about the Provo market, like what you touched on, and demographics and that sort of a thing, I think without having some type of a floor there as to how much of the development could be rented, bought by investors, et cetera. I appreciate both of the different ways that you looked at that. I think it potentially kind of changes the whole makeup of the development if there aren't some owners living there. So maybe that's something we can circle back to later. But
yeah, for the life cycle of the project, it does last longer and look better typically if it's owner occupied.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I feel really strongly about that, and I certainly agree. Any other questions of Mr. Poor? Okay, great. We'll go ahead and ask staff then to help us open the public hearing.
No public comments at this time. 30 seconds. No public comments.
Okay. Easy night for that. We'll go ahead and close the public hearing then for item number 2, and we'll turn the discussion back to the commission. And we may be ready for a motion. Commissioner Jensen?
Yeah, before we go to a motion, I just wanted to commend staff for including the CRC report in the staff report. That's very helpful to read through. Thank you.
Commissioner Henry.
Okay, so coming back to the layout of the project, one question for the applicant. On the north end of the property, I know existing there is a concrete wall. It's like 8 feet tall. Is that fence also being replaced, or is that going to remain?
No, that's where BYU wants their privacy. So that one will remain.
Okay. Okay, so as I look at this, the southwest section, to me, I love. I think that works really good. The connection to the street. There's some minor gripes, but basically I'm really happy with that. I'm concerned about the center little square properties. From our work meeting today, we did talk about pocket neighborhoods. And to me, this is a pocket neighborhood principle, but in my opinion, it's a poor way to do a pocket neighborhood. It's a poor example of the pocket neighborhood principle in my mind. I feel like those they're so close together, and you put trees in there, you can't even see the buildings, and it just creates this island surrounded by alleyways that to me, I don't feel like, as you look at the other spaces other than that center, they're not inviting places for a pedestrian walking back to their car. A suggestion I would say would be to turn the center units 90 degrees, put a alleyway down the middle, face the buildings out, so the alleyways create more of an I shape down the middle of those buildings. But yeah, those just really bother me, that the pedestrian is kind of isolated from the rest of the project. And then as we get to the east, I'm torn on those buildings, because I do like that they face the river, and if BYU is going to allow some connection there, that makes me feel better. But I feel like we've pushed the pedestrians into their own alleyway around the perimeter of this project. And so I do have concerns about that big line of garages. Of course, we really don't want that facing the garage either. Kitty corner to this project, there's a warehouse on the river. How that ever got approved baffles me. that prime riverfront, and we've got a manufacturing facility with no windows. So I'm kind of torn on that section. But really, that center section to me, I think, could be much stronger and likely keep the same number of units, as well as the south portion of those with the garages. There's just not a real strong arrival to me, or I think there could be a stronger arrival. The architecture, I think, is amazing. The last question concerning the park area, I feel like there is a lot of concrete in this project. There's a lot of alleyways. It is an urban project, so it doesn't bother me like it would on other projects. But I'm wondering if a couple of those courts could be turned back into a lawn area with some trees, some shade, somewhere to go out and sit and read a book. I guess we do have that in the northeast corner, so maybe that's not as important.
Yeah, we just to touch on all your points here. I'll start with the courts on the top. We actually originally started with 6, and we've been taking them off one at a time. But we've heard that it's a pickleball court up there, not tennis. We've heard that is the big thing in Provo. Sorry, Brian, I think you're muted.
I am sorry. My 6-year-old was.
Oh, no worries.
Sorry,
I thought you were talking to me. Sorry. But yeah, pickleball is really popular right now. But we have actually, since this site plan, we shifted the pickleball courts up a little bit. There's that big concrete area between the pickleball courts. We shifted it up in order to create a grassy area there. And then we have benches. There'll be benches along the pickleball courts on the left-hand side. We anticipate people waiting for courts to free up. That's what we've seen a lot with how popular they are. With regards to the central units in those little pods, we actually did early on look at rotating them like you suggested. The thing that we didn't like about that was that the front door of some of those units then face the back of the ones that face the river. And we feel like the units facing the river was really important to us. We really wanted to take advantage of those views, and with walking that property line and the property with BYU, we are really excited about that connection there. They keep, as you know, BYU does a great job taking care of their property, and that's not an exception over there. And so, I mean, we would have loved to buy it from them, but that wasn't an option. And the next best thing was to work with them to make sure we had a good visual connection over there. And so, and even along the north side, this pathway, I think it'll create a pretty nice space. The interior courtyards between the buildings, we walked a lot of projects with this California architect and looked at a lot of different images on spaces like that, and found that, at least the conclusion that we came to, is that you can actually create some pretty cool spaces in there, just with how you handle the landscaping and the lighting in there, and fencing in front yards, that sort of thing. The architect's theory about those was he really likes, he creates a lot of spaces like that, and he likes how the neighbors interact in those spaces. At least that was kind of what he said, was the neighbors tend to like it better, actually, is kind of the conclusion he came to. I personally have not lived in one of these, so I can't necessarily speak to it, but that's kind of the conclusion we came to. And we felt that facing them to each other was better than having one face the back of a building.
I will agree with you on that and I struggled with that as well. Looking to the east, it would be nice if those buildings faced the other buildings. Looking to the west, yeah, I was a little bit torn what to do there because of the river. It's nice to have it face the river, but there's a fence between you and the river. And so I wondered, do you move the alley to the back and reconnect it up at the top so that those face each other and we've got buildings facing buildings, but I don't think you've got the space. And I know it's difficult. You've been looking at this for, I mean, had guys probably 200 hours spent time looking at all of this.
Yeah, I've seen so many different layouts of this site. Everything you've mentioned, I've tried.
Yeah.
But yeah, the fence that's going to go between us and BYU is going to be a green vinyl coated low chain link fence.
Okay.
So it'll be.
It's not a wrought iron fence?
We wanted a wrought iron fence. They didn't care about it as much as we did. And unfortunately, we had already purchased the fence.
That is actually really shocking to me. They'd prefer chain link over wrought iron because wrought iron is non-climbable. Chain link is climbable. That's, wow.
I don't know.
So it's going to be a low fence.
Yeah, it'll be. It won't be like a. I think it's going to be a 4 foot. I think is what.
A 4 foot fence. Okay.
So yeah, wrought iron was our preference too. It was a battle we didn't win though.
Yeah. Yeah. And given the space, I mean, to back some units to that alley, going the other way, then you don't have room for the other buildings. Okay. I think that's all my questions. I don't know if any other commissioners have any thoughts. But I'm done. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Commissioner Deborah Jensen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I will just say that from a site planning exercise, you have gone through the gamut on this one. And once I heard about your reasons for facing the units the way you have, it makes total sense. You know, you can either turn your back on the river and the green space next to it, or you can face it. And it seems like that would be a strong market advantage to have that as your front door, that view of the green space and the river and the trail. I will say, sorry, one thing I really appreciate about the site plan is the permeability of pedestrians through the buildings. I think that's a strong point because you're breaking up those blocks and offering a lot of small opportunities, very walkable to get through the site and then out to the river trail. So I would say that's a very strong point from an urban design standpoint that I appreciate.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Jensen. Commissioner Jones.
Okay. So I actually have lived in a community where the apartments face each other to make these kind of like alleys of green space in between them. My particular unit wasn't one of those, but several of my friends were. And it actually was nice. Like there was a lot of putting blankets in the common area and socializing. And it actually was kind of a fun way to be forced to get to know your neighbors a little bit better. So I don't necessarily mind that aspect as much. And I also can confirm pickleball is a hot topic in Provo right now. My only thing as someone close to the demographic that I think you picture living in this area is I do wish that there was more grassy open space because along with pickleball, like other things like Frisbee and soccer and things like that are always popular activities. But other than that, I think it looks good.
Thank you, Commissioner Jones. Commissioner Henry.
Sorry, one more follow-up. Deborah made me think of something. Has BYU, I know it's a private park over there. Has BYU said whether they're going to allow people to use that, or is this going to create some conflict with BYU and people using that? And I know there is river trail access down at the street, but is BYU going to allow people to, is that fence going to have openings to that park?
No, unfortunately, we tried down that road, but weren't able to succeed. So it'll remain a private park. Okay.
And then just a comment to Ms. Jones. just south of this property, I used to work across the street from here. Just south of this property on the trail, there is a large park for playing Frisbee and things like that. Lots of big trees. It's a pretty nice park just south of here behind the Cotton Tree Square Plaza, but it is a public park area. So I as well thought at first, you know, take out one of those squares, put in some grass, but then I'm like, no, this is an urban space. This is in the TOD zone. So this, to me, I think the lack of green space, I don't think bothers me here like it would in other places.
Thank you. I looked on the map and tried to look around and didn't see the park, so it's good to know that that is there.
Thank you, Commissioner Henry. I don't see any other hands, so Shawn, I'm going to circle back to what I brought up earlier, and I guess I'm pretty willing to set the bar low, but I'd love to talk about what, you know, what some threshold might be that the CC&Rs could reflect in terms of how much of the project could be rented out, even if it's 50%. I think having some bottom into that we understand, and you know, understand that that's not something that the city would regulate, but that would be left to the homeowners to do ultimately themselves. I'd like to see a number much higher than that, again, given, you know, how this fits into, you know, kind of a bigger recipe for the whole development. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Without having fully gone through with our agents who our market is, I'm hesitant to give you a number. But is that something we could work on with staff? I mean, I'm definitely open to putting a number in there. And I think typically it's a pretty low number that we do. I can tell you that. I think typically it's no more than like 25%.
25% that can be rented.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's more of what I'm used to as well.
Yeah, and so that being said, I don't want to get myself in trouble for saying too much, but that is kind of our typical, and we're definitely open to putting a limit on it in the CC&Rs. The enforceability of that is always kind of a problem, but I'm going to leave it up to the HOA.
I don't know, staff, anybody have any thoughts on that?
So this being eventually a condo plat, he's going to have to provide CC&Rs. So those details will have to be worked out eventually. So those are things that we will have to pin down eventually. So like Mr. Poor said, we can work with him on those details.
I mean, just in terms of maybe what you'd be shooting for there, that type of a thing, what do you think is reasonable to talk about now, maybe?
That expectation of the numbers that have been thrown out between 25 and 50, I think staff would be happy with.
What is the plat process like after this? That's just like an administrative staff level thing, isn't it?
It is, yep.
Okay. Okay, I appreciate that. I don't see any other hands raised at the moment. Never know exactly what that means, if anybody's waiting to the end or if we're ready for a motion, but I think we might be ready for a motion. Commissioner Lisa Jensen.
I'd be happy to make a motion.
Please.
I move that we approve this development for this project plan for 173 condo units located at approximately 2300 North University Parkway in the ITOD zone, with the condition that the CRC comments are resolved prior to the building permit approval.
Okay, thank you.
The CCR addressed the 25 to 50% rental number as well.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion. Do we have a second? I guess Commissioner Jensen, Deborah Jensen.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, thank you. Now we have a motion that has been seconded to approve item number 2, project plan approval for 173 condo units with the two conditions that were stated by Commissioner Jensen. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, once again, I don't see any hands raised, so we'll go in the usual order here and start with Commissioner Jones.
Aye.
Commissioner Deborah Jensen.
Aye.
Commissioner Lisa Jensen.
Aye.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Aye.
Commissioner Urquiaga.
Aye.
Commissioner Henry.
Aye.
Commissioner Knutson.
Aye.
And I vote aye as well. Motion carries unanimously. Before we get to item number 3, I'll just mention this really quick. It's 7:20. We're on item number 3. I kind of have a feeling that we're going to pick up steam here, but if any commissioners want to take a break at any point, please just let me know and we'll do that. But for now, moving on to item number 3. Jared Moore requests a conditional use permit for a dance hall located at 265 West Center Street in the general downtown 1 zone. Mr. Larson.
Thank you. Got a conditional use. Actually, we got a couple of conditional use requests here, and I'll explain that in just a moment. So here's the property. We're at just roughly about 250 West Center. And you've got an existing building here. I don't know how familiar you commissioners are with Center Street, but you've got Ernie's Sports Deli here fronting onto Center Street along with a virtual reality type of place. On the back side, there's been a recent addition. There's been a little bit of a problem with that. There was a former owner who started constructing this addition, and they ran into a little bit of trouble. That owner is out of the picture, and the current owners have been working with the city and like to run an event center in this new addition area. So the Ernie's Sports Deli and the virtual reality business are, a part of this consideration tonight. But so we've got this new addition. A new building permit was recently submitted, I found out. And so, provided they get a conditional use permit, that'll help move out the building permit along. Let me, this, as you can see, is in the downtown 1 zone and just over half acre. There are about 38 parking, around 35 to 38 parking spaces on the subject property. So here is their site plan, and you can get a little better look. This property, and I'll show this on the next slide a little bit better, but there will be 2 event halls. I'm told this event center would be used for weddings, wedding receptions, types of events like that, an occasional dance, social. It sounds like dance lessons are pretty common. Country dance lessons happen here. It would happen here quite a bit. The owner actually owns another venue just up the street. They've been operating that for a while. This one would be a second bigger venue for them. And so back to, I guess, kind of the site plan. On here, hard to see, but they're showing compliance with the long-term and short-term bike requirements. You can see the location of long-term is long-term biking requirements or bike parking requirements. This would be like a room where you have some some hangers or a locker. Short term would be kind of like racks outside, and the applicant's proposing about 9 or spots for about 9 bikes. And so they look like they're in compliance with the bike parking requirements, except for one thing. Well, I have one more issue to bring up on that here in a little bit. So here is their site plan, their floor plan. Again, the kind of the hatched area, you can just disregard that. That's part of the building that isn't considered in the application. But the area that's not hatched, you can see two larger areas. You got a smaller hall here that is just under 2,000 square feet, and then another hall to the east that would be about just under 3,000 square feet. So just under 5,000 square feet for the whole property, and you've got restroom facilities over to the north. So as far as parking goes, they are required to provide 1 parking space for each 4 occupants, and they have to figure their parking requirement based on the highest possible use. And so they came up with a number, and what we came up with is that it appeared they needed 235 parking spaces, but because they're in the DT1 zone, they only have to provide 75% of that total. So they provided 177 parking spaces, which is right at 75%. So they would have the 38 parking spaces right on site, and then they'd have 12 right to the east on the old Rock Church property. And then across the street from them, there's the New Skin parking lot, and there's 127 spaces there. So they're providing 177 spaces. They also note the abundance of public parking in the vicinity. There's over 600 spaces of public parking available within 300 to 500 feet of the proposed venue. One thing I'll note is there are residences right in this area, and there's I believe there's some residences here. So they are 300. The actual venue is 300 feet away from any 1 or 2 family residences. So one of the issues I guess we need to bring up, so I mentioned there are 2 conditional use permits being requested here. One's for the dance hall. The second one is for parking across the public street. So when you're a business and or some type of commercial establishment and you propose to have parking across the public street, you need to get a conditional use permit from the Planning Commission. Planning Commission is also the approval body for dance halls as well. So as far as like both proposed uses that are requiring a conditional use permit, the parking, there is a few things that as far as like things that the Planning Commission needs to look at. They need to, we need to make sure the requirements are met, and I reviewed them, and have also had comments from an engineer who also looked at some aspects of the requirements and found that he found that they were met as well. And then, so the requirements themselves would be a consideration, and then safety and traffic issues would also be a thing to consider. So the applicant did provide a traffic study, and that traffic study was pretty straightforward and basically concluded that the proposed use would have relatively little impact on traffic and safety. There'd be limited impacts if they complied with there's certain distance requirements and requirements to be within, like you have to be within a certain distance of the parking lot that's across the street has to be within a certain distance of like a crosswalk, and they appeared to meet all of those. So again, the engineer found this was a pretty safe situation, and they didn't anticipate vehicular or parking impacts. And again, staff reviewed those requirements and found that they appeared to be met. So I'm telling you as staff that the requirements are met. It appears to be a safe situation. So you would want to make a finding, you know, on relative to your decision, you'll want to make a finding there on the parking. As far as the other use, the dance hall, it sounds like in talking with the applicant, the dance hall use probably isn't going to be one that gets utilized a whole lot. I think the typical events that would happen here would be kind of on the relatively you know, medium to smaller size scale, but it sounds like occasionally there would be some larger events, and so it looked like you know, it'd be a good thing to get that approval for a dance hall. But again, it doesn't look like it's going to be a use that's utilized all the time. So a couple more slides to show you here. As far as the bike racks go, again, you've got to make a determination on the bike racks. Let me explain that a little bit more. So the ordinance says that a person, an applicant, a property owner can use these types of bike racks. The applicant has chose to use this wave type style, which is not one of the explicitly allowed type uses. However, the code does allow for the Planning Commission to approve another style. So the applicant would be looking to you for a decision on that as well. So staff, well, one more point before I get to my recommendation. We did receive a comment from a property owner, couple of businesses to the east. We received a comment from a Ricky Taylor, and they wanted to express their concern. I'll just kind of touch on a few things. I think you should have received these comments, but they're basically saying that they are opposed to this proposal. They call out, they say parking, they're concerned about the lack of parking. They say what little parking is in the back when previous businesses like this, you know, have been, when previous businesses have operated in the area, they blocked off my ability to access the back of my store. So ingress and egress was an issue for them, they're saying. And in the past, there's been loitering behind the building, and there was a lot of you know, debris and junk and trash, alcohol, cigarette butts, things like that. And they mentioned concerns about graffiti and loitering. So these are their experiences. It looks like from these are past experiences, and so wanted to make sure that Ricky Taylor's comments were noted. So the security is an important thing, and let me touch on that really quick relative to relative to the parking situation. There's a requirement that if you're within a couple hundred feet of a 1 or 2 family home, you have to, let me pull those requirements up really quick so I don't get off track on here, but when you're within 200 feet of a 1 or 2 family home, you have to, and when you have at least 100 cars parked, you have to have a security guard. When the event or the event's over, the parking lot needs to be closed and vacated within 30 minutes by dance hall security personnel and the dance hall operators responsible for noise control, conduct, and litter in the designated parking areas for 1 hour before opening until 1 hour after closing of the dance operation. So those kinds of things might help a little bit with some of the concerns that Ricky Taylor has brought up. The security guard, that's kind of an interesting issue because it looks like the security guard isn't required till you have 100 cars parked. And so that it doesn't look like that would be based on talking to the applicant. And I believe he's here and he can speak to this, but I don't think that the typical event's going to, have 100 cars. So I guess they would, I'm not sure how to work that, but I guess the applicant would have to kind of anticipate when when an event was going to be large enough to need a security guard. But nonetheless, and I want to give you my recommendation. Staff would recommend approval to the Planning Commission of the proposed the 2 conditional use permits. There's a few things, if you've seen the staff report, there's 6 or 7 conditions in there. They still need to clean up their parking agreement with New Skin. They do have a parking agreement, but there's a couple of things they need to clean up in it relative to joint use and kind of a day-night situation. And I think I'll have to go back and look at that. But there were a few things that they needed to clean up based on code requirements. Condition number 3 has been, looks like it's been addressed as of today. They did record a non-construction easement that would appear to address that concern. And I'll go back to this floor plan. Right here, you're looking, that's pointing west. This door opens onto an adjacent property. So we're like, hey, you got to have an easement to from the property owner, so that there's you need to have some type of agreement to enter into that property. So they've provided a non-construction easement today, and so they've provided that and appear to have met condition number 3. They still do need the granting of a conditional use permit for the across the street parking. Also, as you can see in the conditions, we think that it would be wise for the applicant to, I think it'd be important to explicitly require and condition that those requirements that I mentioned just a moment ago relative to the parking requirements when you park within 200 feet of a residence, that those are continuously met. If they're going to park 100 cars there, they need to have a security guard there. Those types of concerns. Again, another condition, as I noted earlier, was the bike parking racks, and the other thing I guess I'd note is. I guess it's customary or typical for a conditional use that we get the applicant to basically agree that we have a little bit of paperwork for them to sign, and so we ask them if Planning Commission's interested in approving these 2 conditions, that they come visit with staff and sign an agreement to abide by those conditions. So that's what I got for you tonight, and I'm here to answer any questions for you.
Thank you, Mr. Larson. Commissioner Jensen?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a few questions for staff. I'll start with the easy one. Are the bike racks going to be sited within the public right-of-way? Within the public?
No. Let me show you where those are at. Right there. This is an off-site area. This is behind the building, kind of in the middle of the property. So there'd be about 9 racks right there, or spot for 9 bikes, I guess.
All right, so that's why he doesn't want to adhere to the standards that we've established for downtown?
I'm sorry, I didn't follow it. As far as like the style or the...
Well, we have specifically established design requirements for those bike racks and approved heights. So is he wants to not follow those regulations because he feels they are not part of the public realm?
Yeah, I guess you could ask him that. I don't know if that's necessarily true that he's, you know, proposing to not meet the requirements. There is an allowance for someone to propose an alternative style, and that's the route he's chosen. So he's asking for the Planning Commission to grant a different style in this case, which is his right by the code.
Right, okay. Then my second question has to do with parking, and the map on the staff report that locates parking behind City Hall, our existing City Hall, and adjacent behind the Covey Center.
Yeah.
Those are there today, but that block is being redeveloped at some point when City Hall is complete and that building is demolished.
Sure.
So should we be counting those spaces at all in the mix here?
There will be public parking. Well, now I guess you can take those out there. You've got a good point. They're not necessary for him to have approval. He's just pointing out there's currently 600 spaces here. Even if those go away, there's still an additional 450 public spaces in addition to what he's proposing to provide, which meets the requirements. So.
Okay. And what is the maximum occupancy of his proposed building?
940, I believe.
And the code requires one space for every 4 occupants?
Yes.
It's considered an assembly use?
I would assume so, but I don't truly know the building code on that. But yeah, that's I just know that what the Chapter 14 requires, that the conditional use requirement for that, or the parking requirement for that conditional use is as you stated.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Jensen. I don't see any other hands raised, so I wonder if we should just go ahead and turn time over to the applicant. I believe that's Mr. Moore. Or maybe not.
Sorry, I was trying to unmute there. Can you hear me?
Yes, very well.
Yeah, just to address the bike parking. I just went with what the architect recommended. He told me he thought he was within code. If you guys want me to do something else, you just let me know and we'll get it done.
Thank you. Do you have any questions for the applicant? Well, Mr. Moore, that was pretty simple. Thank you. I got a couple of hands here now. Commissioner Henry.
Yeah, I just have a question just for clarification on the use of the building. Staff is recommending that we include a condition of approval that no musical instruments, stereophonic equipment, sound amplifier, or similar device shall be operated in such a manner as to create a noise or vibration disturbance across a real property boundary. Now, seeing that this is being presented as a dance hall, could you clarify the use, and will there be DJs and sound equipment that could potentially cause a problem with that condition?
Absolutely. So just to clarify, we already operate currently a venue called Southworth Hall that's right adjacent to the Marriott, just a couple blocks to the east.
Okay.
And we're going to move some of the events that we currently do at Southworth to this new venue, Arlington Hall. And I guess just to give you a little history, 18 years ago when I was a student here in Provo, and we were looking for things to do and couldn't find any good, high quality dancing type events. You know, I mean, if you guys will indulge me for just a second, we used to go to those big dances they would have when, you know, all the girls are dancing in a circle and the guys are just kind of standing around. It was really frustrating. And I went to a country dance in Salt Lake and I was like, hey, people are dancing together. They're interacting. This is my kind of dancing. So I came down to Provo and I started one here in the old Armory building. It was actually a city building at the time. And I just don't believe in dance clubs, but I did believe in, you know, having some entertainment for the college students. I met my wife there, and it seems like, you know, every other month or so, I'll run into someone that says, hey, don't you own that place? Because I met my spouse there. It's such a good, high quality thing that I've made it a goal to keep this thing going for the next 40 years. But I don't believe dance clubs work. And so what I did was I just started a venue that mostly focused on weddings, company parties, those types of things. So at Southworth Hall, for example, last year we did 120 weddings / receptions. I think there were a couple quinceañeras and a couple company parties counted in that, but about 120 weddings. And then a couple nights a week, they'll do different dances, a country western dance where they do lessons before, they teach everybody how to do it, and they turn them loose and let them swing dance for the evening. They do some salsa as well. So it is kind of just an event venue that's open to the public to rent out. And then we do some entertainment type dances in there as well to try and fill that need that I feel is still very prevalent in Provo, especially, you know, kids on their phones these days. I'm like, I love to see them get out and interact and meet people in person instead of online. And that's something that's just something I feel strongly about. And so I feel like it's been a very good mix. I mean, since I started that 18 years ago, I haven't seen any dance clubs in Provo. And I feel like the dance club environment is not clean like this one, you know. And I think that the gentleman that had some issues before, I think he was referring to the Madison when it was a bar. And this is all non-alcoholic, super clean. I don't think I've ever had the police, other than the fact that we invite them over if they ever want to come by and hang out. But we've never had the police call. We've never had a scuffle. I mean, it's just a really good, clean, fun environment for the students to meet and interact. And so, you know, a lot of the dance hall requirements, we're more than happy to comply, but without the alcohol, we just don't see the problems that you see at a typical dance club, if you will. And so, there will, on some occasions, be DJs in there. You know, on a country night, they'll be playing music inside. But when we say DJ, it's usually just someone at a computer managing a playlist. It's not a. But yes, I think the only problem we might have is when doors are open and close, music seeping out the doors and such. I don't know that that's going to be a problem. I mean, at Southworth Hall, we don't typically have any problems with that type of thing. Does that answer your questions, and maybe hopefully some of the others about the use? Because I know it's a little questionable. It's what exactly is this space? It's a good question.
No, I appreciate that response. You're definitely very emotionally involved.
Yeah.
This kind of thing. You're not just a entrepreneur looking to make a buck. I do appreciate that. Yeah, I think that answered my question. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Henry. Commissioner Lisa Jensen.
I have a few questions. The first one is probably for staff. Does a conditional use travel with a change of owners? So if we approved this one for this particular owner and this project, if someone else bought it out and maybe had a different vision for what they wanted, excuse my doorbell, would they have the same rights to do a dance hall that maybe had a different vision?
Yeah, the conditional use would run with the land.
Okay, so there is a risk there that someone else's vision could totally change it. That having been said, I know that Southworth Hall, when I've been walking down Center Street, you can hear the music from more than a property away. And I don't think that closing the door would do that. It doesn't bother me because it actually makes the street scene alive and friendly. It's not a raucous sound or anything. Doorbell. But that's just something to consider for us to maybe talk about the reality of enforcing that. And then my other question, this is for the applicant. I know that you're providing plenty of parking, but if my thought would be that it might be useful to have really good signage for your 38 spots on your on-site, so that you could direct people to the other options. We talked about this with a project at BYU earlier, where it's one thing to say we have plenty of parking for this, but if we don't tell our visitors to our venue where the parking is so that they can easily find it, they either might get frustrated that there isn't parking and end up parking illegally, and you'll end up with frustrated clients, or they'll be taking all of the parking on Center Street that other venues could depend on. So that's probably more of a suggestion than anything else, that if you're going to go to all this work to contract with New Skin and to get this parking, I would recommend having even a map of the area saying you can park here, here, and here without getting ticketed, we promise. And that might benefit both parties.
I think that's fantastic. And I completely agree with you. And I actually went and met with all of the adjacent property owners, like the attorneys that are there on the corner, and just asked them, hey, have you had any problems in the past? What can I do to make sure that if, we get this, we don't have any? And they said, well, you're actually fine to use our parking. Just don't leave it a mess like the Madison guys did, because they would fill our parking and then leave it full of garbage. And so we have talked about that, and I need to talk to New Skin as well about getting a sign up that we can just hang every evening, that there is an event that says, Arlington Hall parking for the evening, then take it down after the event. So I think that's a great suggestion.
Okay, that's all. It's too late to answer my door, but I'm done with my questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Jensen. I don't see any other hands, so we'll go ahead and move into the public hearing.
No public comments at this time, 30 seconds.
While you're waiting for that, that was the only public comment I received, other than I did talk to the neighborhood chair, and the neighborhood chair was just great with the use, and actually looked forward to another dancing venue.
No public comments.
Thank you very much, commissioners. Any other questions of staff or anything else? Commissioner Jensen, Deborah?
Yes, thank you. What happens, let's say we approve this conditional use and there is a contract with New Skin for parking across the street. What happens if, let's say a few years down the road, a surface parking lot in downtown is realized by New Skin to be worth a whole lot more than the revenue they're pulling in from parking, and they decide to sell that property and redevelop it? Then what options do we have for parking?
Yeah, they'd have a problem at that point. That was actually one of my concerns with the current condition of the agreement that they have, because it only appeared to be for a year. And so one of my things I'm asking for them is to, and as it's noted in the conditions, is to provide a perpetual agreement, one that doesn't expire after a year. So
one thing I might address there as well, for the sake of just the proximity of our business, it's really nice to have that parking there. And so we're looking for a longer term with New Skin. Obviously, for their reasons, they don't want to sign anything extremely long term. And so I've been trying to be grateful to them, and also, request, see if we can extend that term. We did recently have a discussion with them for this very purpose, because it sounds like they may sell the Rock Church property that's adjacent to us. And so we're also asking them about that parking lot. I partnered with Stephen Bond, who owns the Remax building there on the corner. Just a super great guy. I don't know if you guys know Stephen at all, but we're in discussions with New Skin, hopefully, to purchase that corner and the Rock Church building. They're just big, so it takes a lot of time, but we're in the same boat. I mean, I see the concern as well. That's why we'd love to purchase that whole piece if we can, and we're working on it. It's just going to take some time. So the real question I have is, does this suffice in the meantime? And, can we work on good faith, or do we need to pause? And that's, it's kind of a big question there. But and as good as New Skin has been to work with so far, I'm confident that we can maintain that relationship with the parking lot. And hopefully if they were to sell it, they would sell it to us. But a valid concern for sure.
Do want to more explicitly state, Commissioner Jensen, that yes, if he fails to provide that parking, he'd be out of compliance, and the conditional use permit could be revoked.
Yes, exactly. I think it's important to include that. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Commissioner Urquiaga.
Thank you. Mr. Moore, have you spoken with Mr. Taylor about his concerns at all?
Well, I was not aware of them until today, when Stephen Bond, my partner in the building, called and said, hey, one of the tenants just told me that Rick at TaylorMade is not happy about the back of the space and what we're going to be using it for. And he said, did you know? And I said, no, I didn't. And he said, well, I'm going to go over and talk to him right now. It's actually my birthday though, so I was out with my kids. So I didn't have a chance to go over and talk to him. My guess is he's just got some fears about unknowns. And obviously from his experiences in the past with loitering and alcohol, I totally understand his concerns. I just haven't had a chance to go sit down and talk with him. And my guess is Steve was headed over there to talk with him at some point this evening. And my guess is that's probably happening simultaneously. But my guess is as soon as I have a chance to sit down and talk to him about the differences between what we do and what he's seen done in the past with some of the alcoholic type venues, that he won't be concerned anymore. But it also might just take him getting to know us a little bit longer and experiencing our professionalism with what we do.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Okay, thank you very much, Commissioner Urquiaga. Any other questions of staff or the applicant? Commissioner Henry?
Just curious for clarification from staff. Staff just mentioned that a conditional use can be revoked. Just curious the process for that. What does that mean? And if something falls out of compliance, just explain to me that issue.
So in this particular case, this is obviously a citizen who's invested in the downtown area and businesses. So we would work with him to try to find replacement parking that would meet the same criteria as what was lost. If that couldn't be achieved, if we couldn't find replacement parking, we would bring the application back to Planning Commission. Planning Commission has to revoke that. It would be on your agenda just like the original approval was on your agenda.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I hope it would never come to that. Sounds like it is someone who is very invested in Provo and wouldn't want to do anything to run them out of town for sure, but just wanted to understand that. Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you, Commissioner Henry. Commissioner Lisa Jensen?
So we've been chatting and talking a lot about the perhaps impossibility of expecting that no sound will cross the boundaries of the property. And we're just wondering where that condition from staff came from. Is that in the code? Is that a nuisance requirement that we have to require? Or how do we state that, also knowing that it's very unlikely?
It's a code requirement.
So is it just based on if the neighbors complain, then you have to do something about it, or neighbors complain and he's out of business? Like, how does it work?
Yeah, if there was a neighborhood complaint, our zoning department would evaluate it. I know sometimes they pull out the sound equipment, and I guess that's what they do, is go over and see if there If there's noise that's exceeding the requirement, then they'd have to come into compliance.
I know even with sound dampening stuff, if you're actually having an event that has sound, even if it's a wedding reception, not a dance, but you're going to hear that sound. I can hear my neighbors when they're playing their radio in their house, you know, so it feels like we're being naive to make that a condition without recognizing it's difficult to expect it.
You know, one thing we did do to address that, the easement that we recorded today to allow egress out the west side of the building towards the police station. We're planning on utilizing that as much as possible as a main entrance so that the doors on the south of the building remain closed. Because I believe that the biggest issue with the noise bleeding is going to be as the doors open, right? And that's like Southworth Hall, you know, that it's an old building and the ventilation in there just isn't great. So I know those doors are open all the time, a lot for ventilation. I think that's where a lot of the sound penetration comes in. And so our plan to utilize the other doors where then there's a second door once you enter those doors to enter into either of the two event halls. We've talked about getting temporary emergency exit type handles to put on those doors so that people don't utilize those exits to come and go from the building unless it's an emergency, and allow us to keep those closed all the time so that the noise doesn't go south, which was our concern because that's where any residential type stuff is located. And so all the rest of the building, I mean, typically our events don't start until 6 or 6:30 at night. If it's a wedding type stuff, anything dancing oriented is after 8:30 p.m. So most of the other businesses will probably be closed before they ever turn on the music, because almost all of our events include instruction, because we try and keep the student there, the college kids learning. And so those are the thoughts we've had to, we like to avoid problems but well before they happen. And so that, in our discussions, those were our plans to try and mitigate that, to make sure we don't have any problems with residential neighbors. We don't want anybody complaining, because that just starts a whole snowball effect of issues. And we'd rather just comply from the beginning and be good. So those were some of our thoughts. It's going to take a real world test to see how that works.
Is TaylorMade the only property that actually has a surface adjacent to the back side of your property that would have the dance hall in it? I'm looking at this map on the screen, and it looks like the other ones are on the Ernie's Deli and the virtual reality on the north end.
Yes, TaylorMade is the only
wall contact
adjacent wall, correct.
Okay.
Will note, as I was just sitting here listening, one of the, maybe perhaps the most recent dance hall that was approved, I think it was in the last 2 to 3 years, was approved with this same condition. So,
okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Jensen. Commissioner Jones.
I just am curious if Southworth is subject to the same clause that we're discussing for the new venue.
Yeah.
I apologize. I don't know what the conditions are upon which Southworth operates. I should have looked that up, but I didn't look.
Yeah, I'm not positive. It's been so long. I'm getting a little old, but I'm pretty sure we went through the same process.
Okay. Yeah, I guess my thoughts are just, if you've been operating under these same conditions already, I feel like that's points in your favor at least. So thank you.
Yeah, we do rent out the building for public type, weddings and parties and stuff like that we talked about. And I was renting to a tenant, it was probably 5 or 6 years ago. And he was on a weekly basis, and we told him very explicitly, hey, keep your noise down, comply in his rental agreement from us. And I said, if you ever have any issues with the Marriott, because they're adjacent, we need to know about it ASAP and what you did to resolve it. And then I got a call from the Marriott saying, hey, what do we need to do to resolve this? Do I need to get the city involved? And I said, what's the problem? He said, well, I've called the police on you guys for noise 5 times in the last month. And I said, I was unaware, and tell me what's going on. And it was this gentleman we were renting to. He was opening the back door and playing really loud music in the back for his customers. And I told him, you know, hey, the back door stays closed. And he, again, the next week, the Marriott called me back and said, hey, I'm so sorry to bother you. We have to call the police again. And I said, don't worry about it. We're going to terminate his rental agreement effective immediately. And so we just ended that rental agreement without question, because we like to keep good neighbors and good relationships. And there was a lot of money that guy was paying to rent it one night a week that we wanted, but it wasn't, you know, it's just not worth risking the entire business. So, I mean, that's the kind of action we've taken in the past to try and keep this stuff good, clean, and compatible with all of our neighbors. So I'm sure that we'll be able to work through any of this. You guys have been so awesome to work with, and Provo City just over the past 18 years has been phenomenal to work with. I've always been so impressed. So I'm confident we can move forward and do a great job with this, but I'm more than happy to work through any concerns beforehand as well.
One point of clarification, just on a previous question, and I think you can see this in the condition, I think it's condition number 6, but it's actually the police department that would follow up on these type of complaints. It says that, you know, if the complaint, and if a complaint is made to the police department and verified by that department that a noise disturbance exists, then that's prima facie evidence of a violation of the requirements. So those types of issues run through the police department rather than the zoning, it looks like.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any other hands raised at the moment. I don't know if that means we're getting close to being ready to make a motion, but Commissioner Henry?
Sorry, I thought I'd put my hand up. Yeah, I guess I'm still curious on this noise. I guess just the way it's written to me is vague. I mean, if there was a decibel level connected to it, or the noise ordinance or something, but I just feel that, I mean, at one time I was in a condominium office complex, and the financial guys next door were listening to CNBC Money talk, and it came through the wall, and it was bothersome sometimes. I mean, that was some noise. Like, to say no noise, I don't think anyone can meet that standard. And so I'm just curious, is there a way to frame that in a way that is a little more enforceable? Because it just kind of seems vague to say no disturbance.
There are decibel that in the noise, the nuisance section of the code, there are decibel levels spelled out. And I'm not sure what those levels are, but they are specified in the code.
Okay, so if we were to change the language of this conditional use to reference that, would that cover what staff had in mind for item 6 on attachment 1?
Yes, that would work.
Okay, great, thank you.
So I guess that means you weren't ready to make a motion, Commissioner Henry. Is that right? Anybody else? Commissioner Lisa Jensen?
I'm willing to make a motion, but I just wanted to find out, do we include both of the conditional use permits and the discussion about the bike rack allowability as one motion, or do we need to do that in 3 separate conversations?
Mr. Larson, what do you think?
I'd probably address them separately.
Okay, do you want me to start, Dave, addressing them separately?
I really do.
We resolve the bike thing. I think we've talked about everything else, but I don't know that do we just say he's going to change his plans because he said he would do whatever the city's requirements were, or do we say we're fine with it because they're not that different?
Could I ask a quick clarification? Was it the type of rack that we were using, or was it the location? I didn't catch that.
Type of rack.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, I'm totally fine to use what I thought that what the architect had sent over complied with what the city had. So however you guys want to do it, we'll make it work.
Mr. Moore, thank you for that. That seems to make it a little easier.
It seems like we can just say he's going to comply, and we don't need to have, we just have that be a condition that you'll just change your design. Okay. All right, then I would like to make a motion to grant a conditional use permit, the first of two, for Jared Moore to have a dance hall located at 265 West Center Street in the DT1 zone. I think that would include that first issue.
I will second.
Do we actually, with the conditions listed on attachment 1?
Would that include any modification relative to the decibel levels?
Yeah, see, I was going so smooth there, Mr. Larson, and then I forgot we were going to change the language on the noise part. So if we could change the language on item 6 of attachment 1 to be more specific about decibel levels, I think that would meet all of our concerns. So let me make that motion again. We will, I make a motion that we approve a conditional use permit for Jared Moore to have his dance hall at 265 West Center Street in the downtown zone with all of the recommended conditions except adding on number 6 specifications about decibel level. I don't even know if that was more clear, but there you go. It was restated.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Jensen. Commissioner Urquiaga.
I second the motion.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion on the motion to approve the conditional use permit for a dance hall located at 265 West Center Street, subject to the conditions listed that were described by Commissioner Jensen, including the one relative to the decibel levels? I don't see any hands, so I think maybe getting used to the order here. Commissioner Jones?
Aye.
Commissioner Deborah Jensen?
Nay.
Commissioner Lisa Jensen?
Aye.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Aye.
Commissioner Henry?
Aye.
Commissioner Knutson?
Aye.
And I vote aye as well. I don't know, Deborah, do you want to take a quick minute? Is it something that we can maybe address with one of the other issues, or?
No, I'm, conditional uses. My biggest concern is the fact that the parking situation is way less than ideal. And a conditional use permit with 7 conditions for achieving it seems a bit out of hand to me. So that's how I feel about it.
I really appreciate you explaining that. Thank you. With that, the motion does carry, and we do have a couple of other items here.
Across the parking across the public street.
Yes, that's.
I'd be happy to make that motion too, since it's all kind of one package.
Okay, Commissioner Jensen.
I move that we grant a conditional use permit for Jared Moore's dance hall to have across the street parking to the south of his property.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second again.
Okay, thank you again. That was Commissioner Urquiaga seconding the motion to approve the conditional use for the off-site parking. Commissioner Deborah Jensen?
Yes. Do we not need to include the stipulations such as a perpetual contract and so forth?
Commissioner Larson, is that implicit, or is that something that should be spelled out?
That would have been for the previous item, and the condition did ask for the applicant to provide a perpetual recorded lease agreement.
So we're covered then.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion on the motion? I don't see any hands. So once again, Commissioner Jones.
Aye.
Commissioner Deborah Jensen.
Nay.
Commissioner Lisa Jensen.
Aye.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Aye.
Commissioner Henry.
Aye.
Commissioner Knutson.
Aye.
And I vote aye as well. So the motion carries. On to item number 4. Once again, if anybody feels like they need to take a break, please just interrupt me. Otherwise, I may try to kind of keep the pedal to the metal here. In fact, for Mr. Wright, if he's presenting tonight, do you have any thoughts about me reading in items number 4 and 5 together?
Yeah, I think that would be appropriate.
Okay, great, thank you. So item number 4, Jeffrey Rands requests, concept plan approval for a 2-lot subdivision located at 734 West, 300 South in a proposed low-density residential zone. And item number 5, I'm doing this the hard way. Likewise, Mr. Jeffrey Rands requests a zone change from R16A to low density residential to allow for, subdivision of the property into 2 single family lots. Mr. Wright.
Yes, thank you very much. So here's the applicant's property at 734 West, 300 South. Here's the aerial image of this lot that the applicant is proposing these 2 items on. You can see there's an existing home on the property and a couple of accessory structures, garage and shed, I believe. And the zoning map shows the property is currently in the R16A zone. And that's residential single family. The general plan map shows a residential designation in this area as well. The Franklin neighborhood plan, which is an appendix of the general plan, doesn't have a proposed change in land use other than residential for this site. So here's the proposed concept plat that the applicant has requested. Basically taking that single family lot and subdividing it into two lots, allowing for an additional single family lot. And under the existing zone, the lot would be too small, and that's why they're requesting the zone change to the LDR, the low density residential zone. It allows for a 4,000 square foot lot. So as you can see here, lot 1 would meet the minimum lot size standard as well as lot 2. The existing home would stay on lot 2. It wouldn't need to be moved. It would still be able to meet the setbacks of the LDR zone. On lot 1, you'll see that there's a garage located there. This garage currently doesn't meet the setback requirements of the R16A zone, nor does it meet the LDR zone. So as part of this request, this garage would need to be relocated to come into compliance with the LDR zone, which would be 5 feet setback from the rear and the side property lines. Staff's reviewed both the concept plan and the zone change. Feels like with that change, which I've noted as a condition for item 4, that garage be moved, that they would be able to comply with the requirements in the LDR zone for this split of this lot. And the general plan
is consistent with what's being proposed. There's no changes needed there. Sometimes when we see these, there's questions that come up about, will this set a precedent for other property owners in the area to want to do the same thing as well? And that there might be concern if that were the case. With the unique characteristics of this property, staff feels that, with the current location of the home and the wide lot, that's very unique within this neighborhood. There's not going to be a lot of other opportunities for other properties to be able to have enough width for a second lot to be met. So I don't see that there'd be a lot of other applications that were coming to do this same type of thing. So yeah, that's kind of what I have here. I know the applicant's on as well if you have questions for either of us. But I'll go over my recommendations for item 4. It was just that existing garage be removed or relocated to be into compliance with the city code, and that the rezone for the property to LDR is approved by the city council. And then on item 5, the rezone request is that you forward a recommendation of approval to the city council for the zone change from R16A to LDR. And that's all I have.
Mr. Wright, thank you. Any questions of staff? I don't see any hands. Does the applicant have anything to add?
Hi, everyone. Thanks for allowing me to sit in for a few minutes. I think Dustin did a great job of outlining the concept plan and the rezone proposal. I think the Franklin neighborhood, in their their long-term planning and whatnot, I think this project is consistent with that. Some of the character, and my idea is I went over there the other day with the builder, and if this were to be approved, put something really cute that fits the neighborhood, but it would be new, right? And we're trying to reestablish the stock in the downtown corridors, and new is nice and it adds a little bit of value. Some neighbors might have some concern with density, but I think if you look at the maps of the area, you'll see plenty of examples of 40 and 50 foot wide frontage places, and so the houses might be 20, 25 feet wide, and you can make them really cute and nice. And so that's the plan, is to move forward if you're going to support me in this. I don't know if you have any questions for me, but I like how Dustin has sort of outlined it.
You just mentioned kind of a cute home. Can you elaborate maybe on what that might look like? Anything, style, building materials, anything like that at all?
Well, my personal, I don't have an architectural rendering, but I was thinking along the lines of maybe 1,500 square feet, 3-bed, 2-bath, a little bit longer than wider because of the shape of the lot. There's a lot of things you can do with it. I don't like plastic materials, so I'd like either real wood siding, or I like, you want to be proud of your project. I mean, this isn't as complicated as 173 condo unit complex or cannabis, or I know this is kind of small scale, but it's my project and I would take pride in it. And I've got one other similar thing elsewhere in the Franklin neighborhood, and I don't think it's big enough to get a lot of attention. So it's not like the neighbors are jumping up and down either positively or negatively, but I've gotten generally positive feedback. People are concerned, they don't want another rental or a duplex or anything like that. But this would just be a single family home only. And so I think adding something new and doing a little infill, if you want to call that, and being consistent with the character of the neighbors, I think it's a positive contribution.
I see it the same way. And just relative to the importance for the neighbors, I'm sure that it is every bit as important as, a condominium project, maybe in another part of the community. And, I guess I have an ask of staff, just as one of the commission here, but I'd love, and I completely support projects like this. As Mr. Rand said, new construction, in this kind of setting, similar housing type, single family detached as to what exists. elsewhere in the neighborhood. I think these things really can be a tremendous shot in the arm, but particularly when there's a zone change involved, I'd love to see, you know, if it's just a conceptual rendering or photos or anything like that, that gives us some description of what the end product will be like that gets built there. That is something that I would really appreciate. I think that's it for me. Commissioner Urquiaga.
Thank you. Mr. Rands, I'm curious as to what you anticipate doing in terms of a garage for lot number 2. Will that just not have one, or will you be building another one? Will they share it?
So it's a good question. I'm fairly open to an idea of, see the shed on the far back on the right-ish side. It's lot 2. That could be destroyed and we could put a garage, and there's enough room on the far right wall of the house on lot 2. Between that and the fence, we could put a little single lane garage, driveway that would go to a garage. But also we could just have an extension to the house and have a carport, and you can't really tell by looking at this picture, but there's plenty of space to have a car and a carport to the right there. I think that makes the most sense. And then oh, there you go. So you could put a little driveway on the right of the house and park there. So I think you're getting at off-street versus on-street parking. And I think you can accommodate, yeah, I think you can accommodate both houses once it's done.
Okay, good, thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions for Mr. Rands or staff for that matter? Mr. Rands, thank you. Appreciate that. We'll ask staff to go ahead and open up the public hearing.
Thanks.
Public comments at this time, 30 seconds. No public comments.
Okay, thank you very much. We have 2 separate items here. Once we get to the point of being ready maybe to make a motion, I think we probably would want to make separate motions for both items 4 and 5. Not to suggest that we want to get ahead of ourselves, but any other questions for staff or discussion on either of those 2 items? Commissioner Lisa Jensen.
So I had a few thoughts. Some of them are for the request and some of them are like maybe reasons to put on the brakes. I noticed there was a shout out to me in the staff report and a staff response where it says sometimes the question comes up with a rezone request of whether this would create a precedent for more properties to seek a change as well. Thanks. That's always my concern, that someone else is going to say, well, this lot size is actually not that big compared to the rest of the properties. And so if he can do that, then I want to do it too. Before we know it, we've got 20 other requests where they want to split them in half. And some of these are going to, if they did that, they would be flag lots, and that wouldn't be as ideal as his situation here. The other concern was that I feel like this is, upzoning something to a higher density, even though the size and the setbacks would restrict it to only single family. There's an image of LDR on the map. Does that send a message that we're not really honoring the general plan that wants to revitalize the neighborhood and keep it in, owner occupied housing? So I actually love the project. I think it's a great idea. I just worry about some of those things that maybe we should be looking at a bigger picture. Maybe we shouldn't be looking at such a small scale request, or maybe it is the right thing to look at a small scale request. But those were some of the questions that came to mind. That's all.
Thank you. Any other thoughts? I guess maybe Commissioner Jensen, to what you said, like I said earlier, I like a lot of things about this. One of the things I think that I like about it is just that it's a really small incremental change for the neighborhood, maybe versus some things that we see sometimes that I feel like are really, really sudden and dramatic and significant. That's maybe just how I look at it, but Commissioner Henry.
Yeah, one thing I think to keep in mind is we're approving one project tonight. We're only approving what's in front of us. I don't think approving this automatically means other projects get approved. Like a flag lot property, we would look at that on the merits of what they bring. And if it doesn't improve the neighborhood, that wouldn't get approved at that time. And I just think it's a fear that's a 1 in a million chance of something like that the whole neighborhood is going to all at once want to tear down and rebuild. We might have 2 or 3 more, but I definitely think one more house in a neighborhood is not going to ruin traffic. It's not going to create problems. Any other house in the neighborhood could turn into a rental. And so to be afraid that this one might turn into a rental is just kind of a fear that is beyond, I think, affecting the neighborhood. I do like the upzone idea of this, as well as it's a lot that seems amenable to it without creating some weird, crazy gymnastics to make it work. So I'm not too concerned about this one tonight.
Thank you. Commissioner Gonzalez?
Yeah, I know we generally kind of tend to, as a commission, we seem to disfavor patchwork type zoning, but this type of, given our housing crisis and really just skyrocketing home prices, I think one solution to that is infill housing of this type. And so I'm excited for this project.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Gonzalez. That awkward moment, here we are. I'm not sure what's next, what anybody's thinking. Commissioner Jensen, Deborah?
Yes, I'd be happy to make a motion if you think we're ready.
It kind of seems that way to me. You want to take a stab at it?
All right. I move that we approve item number 4. Jeffrey Rands requests concept plan approval for a 2-lot subdivision located at 734 West 300 South in a proposed LDR zone in the Franklin neighborhood with the conditions stated in the staff recommendation that the existing garage is to be removed or relocated in compliance with city code. And secondly, the rezone of the property to LDR is approved by the city council.
Excellent, thank you. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. That was Commissioner Jensen and Commissioner Gonzalez. Motion is to approve item number 4, subject to the 2 conditions that are listed with staff's recommendation there. Any discussion on the motion? I don't see any hands raised. We'll go ahead and do a roll call on this once again. Commissioner Jones?
Aye.
Commissioner Deborah Jensen?
Aye.
Commissioner Lisa Jensen?
Aye.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Aye.
Commissioner Urquiaga?
Aye.
Commissioner Henry?
Aye.
Commissioner Knutson?
Aye.
Thank you. I vote aye as well. Motion carries unanimously. Kind of part 2, zone change. Anything to talk about there? Would somebody like to make a motion?
I can go ahead and make a motion on that as well.
Thank you.
All right. I move that we forward a positive recommendation for approval of item number 5. Jeffrey Rands requests a zone change from R1.6A to low density LDR to allow for subdivision of the property into 2 single-family lots located at 734 West 300 South in the Franklin neighborhood. And let's see. That's it.
Thank you. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Henry. That was Commissioner Deborah Jensen with a motion to approve item 5. Commissioner Henry seconded the motion. That is to approve the zone change from R16A to low density residential for the property located at 734 West, 300 South. Any discussion on the motion?
Just to clarify.
I'm sorry. We'll go Commissioner Lisa Jensen first.
I think I was going to say the same thing Brian was going to say, that we're recommending it for approval, not approving it.
Thank you very much. This is a recommendation, motion to recommend approval. That's correct, right, Commissioner Deborah Jensen? That's okay. Thank you. Any other discussion on the motion? Okay, great. Once again, Allie, you got to be getting used to this. Commissioner Jones?
Aye.
Commissioner Deborah Jensen?
Aye.
Commissioner Lisa Jensen?
Aye.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Aye.
Commissioner Urquiaga?
Aye.
Commissioner Henry?
Aye.
Commissioner Knudsen?
Aye.
And I vote aye as well. Once again, item number 5, motion carries unanimously. Thanks, everybody. Moving on, just to start with, I have a quick question for Ms. McNally. What are your thoughts about reading items 6, 7, and 8 in together?
I think that's appropriate.
Great, thank you. So it's going to be a mouthful here. Item 6, the Community and Neighborhood Services Department requests an ordinance text amendment to Chapter 14.20B of the Provo City Code to update development standards of the Freeway Commercial 2 zone. Item number 7, the Community and Neighborhood Services Department requests a general plan amendment to the Southwest Future Land Use Map to redesignate approximately 10 acres of property designated low density residential to commercial. And item number 8, the Community and Neighborhood Services Department requests a zone change from A1.20 agricultural zone to the Freeway Commercial 2 zone for approximately 75 acres located at approximately 500 West Lakeview Parkway. Ms. McNally.
Thank you, Commissioner. So our first item is an ordinance text amendment for the Freeway to Commercial Zone. And I've included in the slide the parts that we are amending of this text amendment or ordinance, excuse me. And this should be familiar to all of you. We went over this a few meetings ago with a request from the commission that we add drawings in to illustrate the setbacks that we're proposing in this. Can everybody see that well here? So here's a drawing that's probably a lot easier for you to see. So that's as far as this text, this ordinance, this is the only thing that we have changed from the last time this was presented to you was this drawing added. Do you have any questions about the drawing, or do you need me to review any of the ordinance?
Thank you, Commissioner. We'll start with Commissioner Urquiaga.
I just want to say that the drawing helps, and I appreciate you going back and working on that. I think it's great.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments, anything like that at all? Commissioner Lisa Jensen.
I guess in the pattern of cheering for each other, before we even saw the drawings, the wording that goes along with it in the ordinance was really clear. It was easy to understand, and I could like draw a picture in my mind. So I think they'll work really well together. We won't have as much confusion as we did initially. So thank you.
Thank you.
I don't see any other hands raised. I'm really curious about the 150 feet still. That seems really, really aggressive. Without maybe getting into any specifics, has staff had any conversations with anybody about getting anywhere near that tall? And I don't think it's necessarily a concern for me. Is it that there's a particular kind of project in mind, or is it just trying to be as flexible as possible, you know, maybe in the future so that you could accommodate somebody if they wanted to go that high?
Right. It's solely for flexibility purposes. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you. Commissioner Deborah Jensen.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to commend staff for including in this, it's like page 13 under 14.20b.090 transitional development standards. There's a paragraph at the end of that where they're requiring to coordinate with Parks and Recreation or their designee to incorporate any existing or proposed trail systems or improvements in the area. I think that is a great clause to have in there, and I just wanted to call that out.
Thank you. We really tried to listen to what the neighborhood had to say and make sure that was incorporated in the language. Okay. So I'll move on to item number 7, if that's all right.
Yes, please.
Okay. So this is just a general plan amendment. We're requesting, let me move the slide, apologies. So we're requesting on the future land use map of the Southwest area, there's this little section of this piece of property that is designated as LDR. And we are requesting that that be changed to commercial. The neighborhood has expressed repeatedly that they do not want low density residential abutting this neighborhood. And so we are requesting that it be changed to commercial to complement this other piece right here. And just for a point of reference, one of the reasons that the neighborhood stated they don't want the LDR is because of this dike that is on the north end of that piece of property. And you can see it's pretty high, almost up to the roof line. And when you're in the neighborhood, here's the top of that dike looking from the neighbor's driveway. So, and they had no desire to have people's houses looking down into their backyards and back windows. So I thought it was good to have a point of reference for the neighborhood's concern. And then the last item is finally for this, there's 2 parcels here actually. Currently they're zoned A120, and we're proposing that they are zoned to the FC2. And this is, there are no developments currently going in right here. I'm sure there's lots of ideas being bounced around, but we just wanted to take a proactive approach to zoning this so that we're letting developers know what kinds of developments we want to see here. This is what the city wants. This is what was proposed and presented to the neighborhood, and it's what they've agreed to as well.
Okay, once again, thank you. I think that's pretty straightforward. Any questions of staff? Boy, I don't see any hands, so I think it's appropriate to go ahead and open up the public comment. Let's take all three at once.
Okay, one public comment. Caller 195, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Very well.
Okay, my name is Becky Bogdan. I live in Provo, Utah. I am the Lakewood Neighborhood Chair. First of all, I have to express my appreciation to Planning Commission and to staff for listening to the neighborhood and for being very aware of our situation and our concerns. And we appreciate being heard and you guys listening to us and putting that into the language. The one concern I do have is that I hope that in the future that the agreement with the neighborhood of having that 65-foot barrier stays intact. That I noticed in the language there was, if the Development Services Director feels like this can be deleted, it can be. And I hope that we are taken seriously enough with what we have given up for and what you have given up for, that that is respected. But we do really appreciate what you have done for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else now?
No public comments. 20 seconds.
While we're waiting for public comment, I'll just note that this item has been up on Open City Hall for several weeks, and there have been some comments back and forth. Overall, supportive, to say that this is a good move and a good proactive decision. So,
no public comments.
Okay, thank you. We will close the public hearing then and turn the discussion back to the commission. Any other questions of staff? Just discussion, anything like that at all? And maybe just to get it out of the way, I'm generally not in favor of zoning property, in advance of having a specific development proposal on the table. The exception for me for that is really for non-residential zoning, like what we're talking about here. So I do agree that this is a proactive step that makes all kinds of sense, and it's really easy for me to get behind. Commissioner Lisa Jensen.
I hate changing the general plan as a rule, because why do we have it if it's so flexible? And especially since this area plan is so recently approved. But I feel like we are perfectly justified in changing it this time, because the intent of having that LDR zone, I guess this would be the zoning aspect of it, but the reason why that LDR was there was to create a buffer for the neighborhood to protect them from that freeway commercial zone. I feel like the proposed setbacks for that freeway commercial zone accomplish that. So even though we're changing the general plan or proposing to change the general plan, I still feel like it meets the goals and intents of the wording. So that's why I'm not opposed. That was really wordy. What I'm trying to say is I feel like we're still in alignment with what they were trying to accomplish. And then the other half of that is for item number 8 with the zone change requests. That I think we've been getting, maybe the city has been seeing it more than we have, but they've been getting proposals from developers that were trying to meet what we had on paper. And now that we can better define that for them, I think we'll get proposals that are more serious and not just trying to throw in some housing because that's what the map told them they needed to have. So I'm hopeful, like Mr. Anderson, that this will be a boon to the city to have these things better defined and easier to imagine what it would look like and feel like. So that's all.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands, so not that we need to curtail discussion at all. but we are talking about 3 separate items here. I think it's most appropriate to have separate motions for each of those 3. If anybody is ready to make a motion or anything else, questions of staff, anything, back to Commissioner Lisa Jensen.
I'm happy to make a motion. I feel like we've talked about these a lot, and this is more of a final review with fine tuning of language. Mr. Henry's hands up. Do you want to hear from him before I make a motion?
Mr. Henry, anything to add before?
I was going to offer to make a motion, so Ms. Jensen, go ahead.
You haven't had a turn. You want to take it?
If you want me to, I'll take it.
It's yours.
Sounds great. Thank you. So I motion we forward a positive recommendation to the city council for item number 6. The Community and Neighborhood Services Department requests an ordinance text amendment to Chapter 14.20B of the Provo City Code to update development standards of the Freeway Commercial 2 zone.
Thank you. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
I think that was Commissioner Knutson by a hair, Commissioner Jensen, if that's okay. So motion to recommend approval of item 6 by Commissioner Henry, Commissioner Knutson seconding the motion. That motion again is to approve item number 6. Any discussion on the motion?
To recommend approval.
I'm sorry. Thank you. To recommend approval. Just to be clear there. Seeing no hands, once again, Allie, Commissioner Jones.
Aye.
Commissioner Jensen, Deborah.
Aye.
Commissioner Jensen.
Aye.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Aye.
Commissioner Urquiaga.
Aye.
Commissioner Henry.
Aye.
Commissioner Knutson.
Aye.
And I vote aye as well. The motion carries unanimously. On to item number 7. Commissioner Lisa Jensen.
I'm happy to make a motion. I move that we recommend approval for item number 7, a general plan amendment to the Southwest Future Land Use Map to redesignate approximately 10 acres of property designated low density residential to commercial.
Thank you. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
And once again, that was Commissioner Knutson seconding Commissioner Lisa Jensen's motion to approve item number 7. Any discussion on the motion?
Recommending approval.
Okay, I've got one more chance to get it right tonight. Thank you. Yes, recommending approval, legislative act there. That's the council's thing. So any discussion on the motion? I don't see any hands. So Commissioner Jones.
Aye.
Commissioner Jensen, Deborah.
Aye.
Commissioner Lisa Jensen.
Aye.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Aye.
Commissioner Urquiaga.
Aye.
Commissioner Henry.
Aye.
I vote aye as well. Unanimous again. Boy, this is the home stretch. Any Commissioner Henry?
I am happy to make a motion.
Please do.
I motion to forward a positive recommendation to the City Council for item number 8. The Community and Neighborhood Services Department requests a zone change from the A1.20 agricultural zone to the Freeway Commercial 2 zone for approximately 75 acres located at approximately 500 West Lakeview Parkway, Lakeview neighborhood.
Thank you. We have a motion. Do you have a second?
I'll second again.
Right, we're on a roll there. Thank you, Commissioner Knutson. So, as Commissioner Henry, with a motion to recommend approval of item number 8. Commissioner Knutson seconded the motion. Any discussion on the motion? Okay. One last time, Commissioner Jones. I think we heard an aye. Commissioner Jones?
Yes, aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Deborah Jensen?
Aye.
Commissioner Lisa Jensen?
Aye.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Aye.
Commissioner Urquiaga?
Aye.
Commissioner Henry?
Aye.
Commissioner Knutson?
Aye.
I vote aye as well. Item number 8, motion to recommend approval passes unanimously. I think that's it for tonight. Staff, any other commissioners? Commissioner Urquiaga, anything?
Yeah, well, I noticed that the city council said that they were going to start meeting in person again, and I was wondering what the situation was for us.
I had the same question.
I even got my shot, so I'm ready.
No, do you want to take that or do you want me to take that?
You're muted. Oh,
you can take that, Robert.
Okay. So yes, I have the special ability to talk and be heard even though I'm muted. So we want to just go ahead and continue to meet via Zoom. However, the conference room here in the community development building is available as an anchor location. So anybody can come and meet with us here. But for the time being, we're going to continue with Zoom. I don't know if you all had a chance to view City Council last week. They had several glitches because of some technical difficulties with the operating system over there. And so we're hopeful that it will get ironed out very quickly. But as far as Planning Commission, Board of Adjustments, TMAC, those things will continue to be on Zoom. But you all are welcome to come to the conference room if you'd like.
What, when you say we'll continue, what's the thought process? Another couple of meetings, another couple of months?
Robert, so with our other boards and commissions with landmarks and design review, I took a poll and they all decided they wanted to come back, but later in the fall when everyone's pretty much vaccinated at that time. So I was planning to do the same with Planning Commission, if that works with everyone.
Does Planning Commission have a preference? I mean, members, if you want to talk about it for a minute.
You know, I'll maybe just say one thing. I have been amazed at the attendance that we've had from commissioners in meetings, which I wonder if that, at least in part, is to kind of the remote nature and it's just maybe a little bit easier to attend. But I have never been around a planning commission where, I mean, we might have one person every meeting, a 9-person group that misses. That's pretty incredible. I think that speaks to the idea of maybe having the remote option available. But I think the discussion a lot of times does kind of flag a little bit when we're not face-to-face. So I certainly miss that and regret that there are commissioners that I've never been in the same room with, at least not knowingly. So I'm really anxious to get back to that as soon as we can. That's my 2 cents worth.
I'll just say I agree.
I will agree that the Zoom hearings are easier logistically for the planning commissioners because we all have, you know, real world obligations and work and whatnot. So I think it's served its purpose well. I would prefer we don't get back together until we are pretty certain that we're safe. And, you know, this isn't over yet. So that's my personal feeling about it.
I agree with Deborah. I'd rather be safe than sorry. Even though we may or may not have been immunized, it's still out there. But logistically, I am a better mom and a better planning commissioner simultaneously because I can mute myself and answer a child's question if I remember to mute myself. But it also enables us, you know, to be on our way home from a doctor appointment or on our way home from work and catch the end of a work meeting without having to miss out on the meeting. So
yeah,
I've definitely enjoyed the Zoom aspect of it, but it makes it harder to work together as a team of commissioners if we've never been in the same room together. So I'm with Commissioner Anderson on that one. We'll do whatever you want us to do, Nah.
And just add my 2 cents. I agree that it is nice to be together, although I would like to see the Zoom continue in case we can't make it. Like tonight, my wife and daughters all had to go somewhere, and I was home with my boys, who interrupted me far more than they should have. But it is nice to have that flexibility to attend a meeting when you can't be there in person, although every effort should be made to make it in person when we can. But I agree as well. I'm vaccinated, but I know others may not be, and I don't think we should rush it. We should just wait for the right time.
So,
anybody else?
Sorry.
No,
so
I'm sorry.
As of right now, we're planning early September, but that's just to be seen what the state guidelines are.
Well, we'll kind of aim for that. I mean, it sounds like, and I'm not trying to speak for everybody by any means, but it does sound like kind of just a mix of thoughts about and maybe the timing and that sort of a thing. And I do kind of wonder just exactly what kind of direction we're going to maybe get from the state and that sort of thing the next few months, and wonder if that changes and maybe how we look at things. But
and I would also anticipate that, you know, eventually if we are meeting together regularly, I don't see Zoom going away as an alternative, right? It just, the convenience factor of it is so significant that can't be ignored. Like you said, Chair Anderson, the attendance rating is just phenomenal.
Yeah.
I'll never have to worry about if there's a quorum or anything like that. It's just so convenient. So even if we are, you know, fully safe and everything and operating back in the council chambers, I would anticipate that a Zoom option would be there available, because it's just the nature of our lives, right? So.
Yeah, I suspect, I mean, I know logistically it's a little bit harder maybe for staff to get things set up to make that an option for us, but I completely agree. If it's not too much trouble, why not? It is a great tool. I think we've proved that, so. Anything else? Staff or commission? Everybody good with this being adjourned then?
You guys are just awesome. I just
motion, anything? Adjourn without objection?
I'm happy to move that we adjourn.
Even better. Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thanks,
Great.
Robert.
Unanimous again. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks all. Good to see you.